Carolina, and I'm still in North Carolina, and will be for a few hundred more miles, and then I'll be getting off of Route 95, getting onto Route 20, heading southeast through a couple hundred miles of South Carolina, a couple hundred miles of Georgia, and then a few hundred miles of Alabama. So right there. Which is my destination. But I've been on the road for a few hours now. It's Easter Sunday, and it's been a veritable deluge, downpour, storm, rainstorm since I left a few hours ago, a couple hours ago. I have to concentrate an awful lot on the road right now, so I won't be able to respond too much to all of y'all's comments. But I wanted to, I was making just a regular video for the past couple hours, and I thought it might be kind of neat to switch that up to a live stream, since, you know, I don't drive over 1,000 miles straight that much anymore, although we do it a couple times a year anyway, and this is one of those times. Of this as an ASMR type of video for me. Autonomous sensory Meridian neural response. Autonomous sensory Meridian response. It's not the only type of ASMR but I really have to keep my eyes on the road. I just thought it would be neat to make it a live stream. So, but I want you to know I'm not trying to ignore you or anything. I'm just trying to be safe and not crash out. But I love it seeing y'all coming on though. Also, I couldn't find my new glasses, that I got about 6 months ago. I have no idea where they are. Luckily I found my old glasses, which aren't quite as good, and they're bifocals, and so it's how I can see that a lot of you are coming on, but I can't read the words too good because of these stupid bifocals. Plus, like I said, trying to not to endanger others on the road, trying to be safe. I don't know if y'all saw any of my recent videos that I just put on yesterday and today, but I went to see Carlos Santana in the Durham Performing Arts Center, Durham, North Carolina, last night. I don't know how familiar y'all might be of Carlos Santana, but he's a living legend. Fantastic lead guitar player extraordinaire, and great musician, songwriter, music writer, lyricist. Really, he's one of the old original, before YouTube was ever invented, or social media. I think he's one of the earliest content creators, considering he started doing it in the 60s. He's about 15 years older than me. He's close to it. He's in his late 70s. But it was him. He was great. Put on a great show. His lead guitar playing is still phenomenal. Really. But of course he's got a fantastic band now also. The light show was insane. Insanely fantastic. I don't go to a lot of rock concerts anymore, and I really enjoyed it. It was a last minute thing. My brother-in-law called me up and asked if I wanted to go. I bought last minute tickets, and as a result of that, there are certain preferred seats that usually sell out, but if they have any left that don't sell out after they sell out all the other seats, then they'll sell those. And they're usually, pretty good preferred seats, like I said. So we were in the 4th row right in the middle. There was about a zillion people behind us. The Durham Performing Arts Center hall that we were in is massive, and there was a few thousand people there. That's it. I have no idea how many, but a lot. Every now and then we look behind us, thousands of people back there. So that was a fortunate turn of events. For me, I did record most of it. Off and on, I kept stopping because I wanted to enjoy the show at the same time. made a couple videos of on our way there, but it was a phenomenal show. I guess I'm going to relax a little bit. My lavalier mics were not working because of this, different settings that I didn't have time or inclination to mess with tonight. My other shotgun mic that I can attach to this Android cell phone packed away in a backpack behind me, so I'm just winging it the best I can here with the technology that I have right now. And I'm Route 95 in this rainstorm. But I hope you all get something out of it. And I know I've done so many goofy, ridiculous videos, poor quality videos, and I'm sorry for it. But hopefully this one will be alright. I think it has been pretty good so far. I'm getting a real chewed up pain in my neck, so I'm going to sit back a little bit. I got this mounted up on the dashboard. I need to lean back a little bit. But before I do it, I just want to say I'm so grateful for all of you coming on. Thank you so much. God, I love that. I just want to remind you all, I still have not implemented any way to donate you any money or anything like that. Or, any kind of donation. So I want you all to just feel free to just enjoy and don't think about anything like that. Don't think about any kind of pressure or anything like that. But, a like and a subscribe would be great, But, and comments, of course. I love the comments even more. But, okay. Try to be a little less dangerous. Not be dangerous to the other cars on the road. Okay. For a little while. quite a bit now. So leaks all over my windshield on the car, just the car going by. Luckily my wipers are in good shape. Love all you guys out there. It makes me feel so good too. So well, purposeful. Especially compared to a lot of my other videos. Oh well, I'm new at it still. I'm just barely starting to learn how to do stuff now anyway. As far as making YouTube videos. Hell, I didn't even start making them until I was 64 years old. About 15 years ago, when my wife was still alive, we did a lot of traveling around. I'm not trying to blow my own horn too much here at all, but I had saved up some money, and made some money, enough to keep our house in Asheville, North Carolina, and travel around the United States at the same time, and sometimes in a camper, which is a relatively small camper, perfect for to pull with my van at the time, and since I had saved up some of that money like I was talking about, I invested a little over $500 in a Sony video camera, which was a handheld, real popular ones at the time. And my wife got really good at it before me because I was driving. I was the driver. I still am the driver. So she videoed everywhere we went, practically the whole trip. You know, from Asheville, North Carolina, across to Yellow Banks, North Carolina, down to south of the border, down to Florida, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, all over Florida, you know, Tampa, Naples, staying at campgrounds, and up again across to the West Coast, through Ohio, stayed in Youngstown, Ohio for a couple months. Actually, I had a business on eBay at the time. This is about 15 years ago. I don't know if I just said that, but and so I had a little eBay business, and I looked at eBay a lot because of it. And at the time, we had noticed that there were a lot of houses for sale on eBay. Houses that you could either bid on or buy outright. Houses and lands. So a lot of our traveling around, or not a lot of it, but some of it was to check out these houses and bits of land that the houses were on to possibly buy, you know, or bid on. It turned out that most of the houses listed on eBay and land between 15 and 20 years ago had something majorly wrong with them. Either they were in a real bad floodplain that where the whole, you know, the whole first floor got flooded a couple times a year, or, you know, or they were foreclosed upon, and the people that were the previous owners had poured cement into the toilets or something like that. Something majorly wrong with them. So that's what we were finding out as we were going from place to place, checking out these possible properties to bid on eBay. But we had fun traveling around. I'll never forget her filming everything with that handheld Sony video camera that we bought. It was a lot of fun. We went to, I remember we pulled into Eugene, Oregon, and we wanted to go north up the coast, Route 5, Highway Route 5 up the coast of Oregon from Eugene. So we went up almost to Seattle. Well, we got about as far as Portland in Astoria, actually. Then we decided to turn around for different reasons. California. So we did that. And of course, I was driving. We had a really cool rental car. We put the camper aside for a while and we rented a car and we were staying on that particular trip that I'm talking about right now. That's right, we flew into Eugene. And I'm sorry, I don't I'm getting losing my train of thought because I'm getting a little distracted in this highway rainstorm here. But yeah, that particular trip we flew into Eugene, Oregon, and a great rental car, drove up to Astoria, Portland, Oregon, turned around and drove down to California. Not quite as far as Sacramento or San Francisco, not quite that far. But one of the nicest towns we stopped in was the first town when you cross over into California from Oregon. It's called Crescent City. Great town, excellent town, nice lighthouse, museums, Maritime Museum we particularly enjoyed, and those are good memories. Yeah, I gotta be pulling into some traffic here, concentrate a little more here for a little while, but I'll be back. See the screen. that's about where I'm going to Daphne, Alabama, and informed me that gas stations are closing up all around there, around the Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico right now, and no, call it the Gulf of because of that, what you know who said about attacking Iran again, and the way you put it this time. So gas stations are closing up all around the deep south right now. I don't know about anywhere else. If any of you know, please feel free to comment about it, because like I said, I just found out about how all these gas stations are closing now since Trump really threatened to attack Iran really bad this time. It's too bad. They were our allies. Desert Storm, if any of y'all remember that. A bunch of Americans got killed defending them. But back a while ago, in case any of y'all don't know, there was a little altercation that we called Desert Storm. We in the military, I mean. And Bush was president. And he wasn't stupid. And he knew it would only behoove America to not be enemies with a country that produce so much oil, even though we do too, So their neighbor, Iraq, came across Iran's border with tanks and F-15s, so on, so forth. And America, Bush jumped right on that in a cool way, saying every bit of America's armed forces over there to defend Iran, because they were really good allies, because we had oil, they had oil, Anyway, like I said, Bush wasn't stupid. Anyone with that much oil might as well be America's friend. It's true that Trump didn't feel that way, but, lots of different aspects to that right now with everything going on between Israel being at war with Hamas and all that. But, it's nothing new for Israel to be at war with the Arabs. Seems like they have always have been. But anyway, Trump acts like, as far as I'm concerned, Trump acts like there was no such thing as Desert Storm. Like no Americans died defending Iran. And he's never mentioned it. He's never even mentioned Desert Storm or that whole war that followed afterwards. He's never even mentioned it once. Considering all the Americans that were killed over there. Now, granted, a lot of it was friendly fire, but when you send as many troops over there as Bush did, as we did, it's almost inevitable to have a little bit of friendly fire. And it was also called like the 7 Days War because America beat Iraq within about 7 days from when we went over there to defend our allies, who was Iran. And, but, we had a ton of choppers over there flying around the oil fields. We had planes taking off from England and all over Europe, doing sortie flying missions all over Iran and over Iraq and the whole area of Saudi Arabia and the whole Gulf. We had, for any of you that remember, or especially the ones that don't remember, I know a lot of you weren't even alive during Desert Storm in the 90s. ships and nuclear subs over there in the Gulf and all around the waters around the Gulf that could launch our nuclear missiles right from the sub or ship to hit any target in the world at that time. But we were pretty much just making it a ground and light air war. You know, we didn't want to be nuking any countries at that time. We got no reason for it. We were just defending our allies, the Iranians, you know, protecting their oil and our welfare, America's welfare. And, you know, that was called Desert Storm. For a lot of people that might not know about it. And I'm just saying this because at that time, Bush was president, and Iran was a good ally of America. I'm not to say we didn't have any problems with them. About 10 years before Desert Storm started, yes, they took a few American hostages, but that was negotiated, and they let them all go unharmed, or unkilled anyway. And, you know, so they could let them all go. But that was negotiated, you know. And even a few years ago, relatively, Obama was faced with the same exact situation as Trump, with Iran making, or supposedly making, more nuclear bombs than they were supposed to, and you know, overstepping the limitations that the U.S. had put on them as far as their military upgrades. And so that's when Obama was president a few years ago, and so he went over and he discussed it with the sheik and everything, you know, and you know, they agreed, they backed down, you know, they agreed to back down on their nuclear development. Whether they did or not, I don't know, but I believe they did, at least enough to satisfy America. And Obama did that all peacefully. You know, and Trump could have done the exact same thing. Really, honestly, he could have done the exact same thing if he wanted to. But he didn't. Material like cloth. And that's where I was working at the time. It was a pretty big plant up in New Hampshire. And so you can tell I'm from the South now because I say New Hampshire. And no good New Englander would pronounce it R like that, Because originally I was from New Hampshire, not New Hampshire. No one in New Hampshire that grew up in New Hampshire says New Hampshire, That's like saying Boston, or Oregon. No, up there, when I was growing up, the right way to pronounce it is New Hampshire, like S-H-A-H-A-N, New Hampshire. So that's where I was originally from. Well, I was born in Massachusetts, but grew up. Now, I've been a Southerner longer than I was a Northerner. So, I don't know what I am now, but I guess I'm just a mixture. I'm traveling all over too, whatever. Comment on any of y'all's feelings about Desert Storm. Not to make it really political, but especially if you were in Desert Storm, like a bunch of my friends, on a ship, or on a chopper, or a plane, or, helping to put out the oil fires, because when after America went over there and started kicking Iraq's ass for across the border and attacking our good allies, the Iranians, as the Iraqis were retreating back to Iraq, they started lighting all the oil wells on fire, all Iran's oil wells on fire. So America spent a lot of time helping the Iranians put those fires out, literally put those real, literal fires out. And boy, when you light a oil well like that on fire, though, it is not easy to put out. It burned for a long time. But if any of y'all remember or know anything about that, especially firsthand like me, please feel free to comment. Not only be interesting for me, but probably good for anyone that doesn't know anything about it to know. They should know. Everyone should know. All Americans, I mean. The rest of the world pretty much does know what the truth is, but yes, please feel free to comment, because, I firmly believe in freedom for America, freedom of speech, freedom of liberty, freedom of speech, all things that Trump does not believe in, all things that he's against, especially freedom of speech, freedom, that kind of thing. Because I think we all know now, at first, none of my friends knew it. They didn't really believe me. I think everyone knows now, especially since we're paying for it so much with his arrogance. Literally paying as the gas prices go up and up and up, and the gas stations close here in America right now. Not to mention the tariffs making everything cost more. So please comment. And if you don't agree with me, please don't send ice to kill me or anything. Or if you do, it's okay, as long as I, make it quick. I'm not into torture and pain. Like I said, I may not have always been too enthused about staying alive, but I never really was into torture and pain either, though. And I'm really rambling now. I'm just trying to feel free to comment, and I hope you're enjoying the ride. y'all can hear me. area coming up, because we just crossed over into South Carolina. Should I stop? Or should I go wait for the next one? Stop? Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't really have to stop. See, it's really dark, dude. Doesn't seem to be any moon tonight. I think we just got over a full moon. The full moon just went by a few days. It was a full moon, I believe. So it's like no moon. It's really dark right now. Like no moon now. Alright. Where's that rest stop? Oh, there. I put this next one. I passed it. Welcome Center, South Carolina. Welcome to South Carolina. Check it out. Alright. South Carolina. I love South Carolina. Well, I love everywhere in the South. But, you know, South Carolina's the balls too. The rest area, the South Carolina Welcome Center, as you can see. Okay, turn this thing off. Take this phone with me. Oh, never connected. Connected. So I don't know if it ever disconnected or not. It says reconnect. Okay, getting out. Schultz says, hi, I can finally read some of these. Hey, Chris. Hey there. It's raining, so unfortunately, well, yeah, makes her a good ASMR type. But what's up, Jeffrey? Thank you. What's up? I wanted my other cane, but I guess I'll have to settle for this one. My other one is in there, but I can't get it out. That's what the inside of the truck looks like. Hey, GMC. American muscle. Urgh. Okay. Here we go. I'm sure I look like hell, so might as well put it on me for a second. Hey, yeah, that's me traveling. Okay, I'll put it back. Don't need to look at my ugly mug. There we go. Okay. Oops. Lock this up, because like I said, so we have a truck to come back to, so we can make the rest of the trip. There we go. And let's see if this is open over here. It must be somewhere. Up we go. That's cool. It hasn't been stopped raining very long. It stopped raining right before getting to this South Carolina Welcome Center. Alright, is this a way in? Okay. The guys are in there cleaning up. Let's see if I can go this way. I don't want to walk on their clean floor. Let's see. Hey, how y'all doing? Should I go around? Is there a different way in, or? No, just walk straight through. Okay, thank you. Again. I'm live again. Okay. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna have to pause it. Going into the restroom here. Let's see. Oops. I've never known how to pause a live stream. I might have to stop it and start it again. I hate to do that. Let's see. Sure you want to stop? No, I don't really. Okay. Y'all might as well take a break now because I'm just over here, but I don't want to stop this live stream. So I'm just going to put this phone down right here for a moment. Still rolling here. Yeah, okay. Well, don't mean to be or anything or gross, but call it real live stream. Hey, how you doing? Okay. The regular visitor centers all closed down right now, so we will get back on the road. Back on the road. Map at the visitor center. Where we are, we just crossed over into South Carolina, and we will be going down that, getting off the route. Let's see if I can show you. We're gonna go down here, get off of Disney World. We're gonna go around Atlanta. The Gulf are here. Take care. Okay. Well. too worried about that though. I don't want to say I never go anywhere without, you know, gun or whatever, but you know, you want to stay protected. After all, I have a responsibility to y'all not to get killed in the middle of a live stream. Okay. Okay. And let's see. Back on the road. Let me just read a couple more of these. Like that. Okay. That tone girl that talks too much said hi. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Hello to you. And you definitely don't talk too much. Hey, dude, I've seen you before. What's up, Jeffy? Thank you. Thank you for coming back on. Really love you, man. Cool. All right. Oh, come on. I can't make it move any further. I know there's lots of other ones on here. Well, hopefully I'll be able to see you all. Oh, bad baby, dude. That picture is precious. And that girl. And Christopher. Okay. Top fan. You three are my three top fans. Okay. Let's put this thing back in the dashboard holder like the dash cam. And put my seatbelt on and get back on the road again. Most of the time I just drive right straight through. And it drives some people crazy. Like, stop at a motel. Well, I would, but I don't usually get tired when I'm driving like this. Well, I never do, actually. If I thought it was dangerous, I'd stop more, but I don't. Okay. Ready to get back on the road. Heading back down to the Gulf. The Gulf of Alabama, to tell you the truth. Although, I don't know, I might go over to Pensacola this time. I might go over to Florida. We'll see. We'll have to see how it goes. When we get there, I'm mostly going to visit my mom because she turns 90 in, I think it's 2 days. April 7th is her birthday, on the 7th. And she's turning 90. Bit of a milestone. Now, let's see. So she was about in her early 20s when she had me. She was about 23 when she had me. And, yeah, I said I was old, didn't I? Oh, man. Okay. Old as you feel, right? As young as you feel? Wow. That can go either way. That can go either way. Keep your chin up, as the British say. Oh, listen to that American muscle. down here right now for my mom's 90th birthday. I guess so. She must have been 25 when she had me. Yep. Oh well. Nothing wrong with that. Like I was saying before, I made the trip going several different routes. This is one of the traffic. Well, the first time I really went the long way. I drove all the way down to Jacksonville, Florida, and then I took a right. No, then I went from I stayed on 95 all the way down to Jacksonville, and then I got on Route 10, which is taking a right from Route 95. Stopped at the Florida Visitor Center for a little while. This is the first time I made this trip the way I went. And I stopped at the Florida Visitor Center for a little while. You get a free orange juice or grapefruit juice, whatever you pick, in hopes that on their part that you'll buy a bigger bottle of their juice. But they give you a free one. And then I drove across Florida, through just north of Pensacola, through Tallahassee and all that. All the way across the Panhandle into Alabama. But now I sort of, and then, I used to go down through Atlanta, like I mentioned. But I went this way once before, and it's pretty good, because you stay on 95 till you get to Route 20, and then start going southwest. Route 20 is kind of a sleepy highway, but it's pretty good too. Nice scenery. Short highway, which is always good. Whoever of y'all will do it. And you're lucky if you do. It feels pretty good. good it is for my heart, but that's on me. I gotta stay awake for the ride. Gotta stay safe driving. Right tire, but it's pretty slow. It goes down about 10 pounds every 4 or 5 days. And I was gonna get it, have my friends fix it before I left, but everything was just taking so long, And I wanted to be at my mom's at least on her birthday. I really wanted to be there by Easter, or Easter dinner with her, but that ain't happening. That's alright. She got picked up by some of her friends and got to have dinner with. She's got a really good group of friends down there. I don't make friends as good and as easy as she does, but she always does. But I'm happy for her. So I didn't make it to her house for Easter, but I got a fun things for her too. That she said she wanted ironing board, big watering can, a whole bunch of bird feeders, bird houses. But of course I brought my fishing stuff. Because, like I said, where I'm going down by the Gulf, called the Gulf of Alabama, is right on Mobile Bay, And you might, I know I've said this before, y'all may have heard me say this before, but Mobile Bay is a really beautiful body of water, way more beautiful than I had ever imagined. I don't know how beautiful y'all may have imagined it, but it's really, Mobile Bay is a really beautiful body of water. As a matter of fact, I got a couple videos of driving over it, over the bridge over it, from a long time ago. It's one of the first ones I made. That's in my playlist that I called Alabama. And I didn't know anything about my videos over Mobile, but really much more beautiful than you may imagine. And it's full of gators, and sharks. Sharks and gators at the same time, the same body of water. But Alabama is really good for the sportsmen when it comes to all the fishing piers around the sides of Mobile Bay. Well, for one thing, there's all these state parks, little state parks, or little city parks, little state parks around Mobile Bay that have these long fishing piers. Not quite as long as North Carolina, but the thing is, at the end of their piers, like all of them, and I got this on my videos too, they have it comes to like a T. So you're going straight out on the pier, the wooden pier, and when you get to the end, it turns into like a T, and it's covered. It's got real nice roofs. They have real nice roofs with, just like the roof of a house at the end of a hall. And good for the sportsmen, really good for the fishermen. So I always bring a couple of rods and reels, couple of tackle boxes, just in case. I don't really even usually go fishing too much while I'm there, because I'm mostly just visiting my mom, going places with her. You know, I always go to the symphony with her. That's another thing. You might not think of Mobile being very overly cultural, but they got one heck of a really good, nice symphony orchestra, the Mobile Symphony Orchestra. They are awesomely talented, and we always go to that when I come down. Well, you know who I was talking about before, about Tessa, who does the ASMR, who has the ASMR site on YouTube called Always Slightly Sleepy. She's really good. She does really good ASMR video, and she's really smart, and she does live streams, and she can just talk about anything. I got nothing but good to say about her all the time. You know, I told her when I was going by, you know, when I was down there, I would enjoy having her come to the Mobile Symphony Orchestra with us if she wanted to, because we usually go with a whole group of people. I sure didn't expect to hear anything back from her. Of course I haven't. But I put it out there anyways, you know, because, well, I thought she was in Louisiana at the time, but which isn't far from Daphne, Alabama. But she also spends quite a bit of time in Oregon as well. I think that's where she probably is now. But that's Tessa that I'm talking about. YouTube channel called, I'll put in a little plug for it. YouTube channel called Always Slightly Sleepy, and she is adorable, and she certainly doesn't need any plugs from me, because, you know, she gets views in the millions, and she's been doing it for a long time. She's got fantastic equipment, and she just really knows what she's doing. But the thing is, she's extremely creative and smart too. It's like, kind of like Sherry Lorraine, you know, too. Because some of these people are just so creative. Gen Z creativity, which I know is, man, they produce some awesome people on YouTube. Awesome kids. Not really kids, they're, you know, approximately 30 years old, in their 20s and 30s. Really smart, really know how to make the most out of whatever situation they have, you know, in a very positive, good way. her channel name, and she is terrific. She's fantastic. She's very entertaining, and she's adorable, and she's really beautiful too. Of course, they all are, you know. But oh, and she's really funny too. Really funny. They're all really funny in their own way, you know. Sherry, Sarah Lavender, Kelly, Divinity, Elena's always got a smile. I didn't mention her before. Her name's Elena. I don't know the name of her channel, but she does some really good ASMR too. All I know is her name's Elena, but if you put in Elena ASMR, it would bring up her channel. She's really good too. But I really love Tessa, Cherry, Sarah Lavender, Kelly, and Claire, all the other ones. Talented, so intelligent, so hard working, incredibly hard work ethic, and creative, great actresses, all of them, really great. Creativity, they all have a mind-blowing, special, like I was saying, sure. Creativity is off the charts, and the talent, creativity. The talent to produce videos of all the talents. Here, anything about anything. How there's things in life that you may not even know anything about or been exposed to at all yet, and they were there, they're there, they show up there, and you know, even if you're 60s, 70s, 80s, you know, you never know what's going to come next. Afraid of dying at all, because even though I haven't lived the most smartest life in the world, I've lived a pretty good life morally and ethically, and, you know, trying to keep to the golden rule as much as I could all my life, as much as I could, you know. Do unto others, I would have them do unto me. I always use that as a compass, you know. And so I've never been afraid of seeing what comes next, you know. And I'm still not. I don't think I ever will be. And I think that's the way everyone should think about it, because we're all getting older all the time, in a non-depressing way, though. Windows back up so y'all can hear me a little bit better. Okay, here we go. Anyway, you know, I hope y'all can hear me good enough. That's the thing about doing a live stream when you're driving, it's kind of hard to tell. But if you can't hear me, please let me know. Yeah, you just never know what's going to be around the corner in life. Good or bad or whatever. You know, roll with it. Just keep on doing the best we can, being as nice as we can to everyone. Lawrence, we are passing for Lawrence, South Carolina. Well, it looks like gas prices have been pretty steady since we left North Carolina, and the whole time we was in North Carolina. About between $3.59 a gallon to a little bit under, to about $3.97 a gallon, in between there. And, you know, anyone my age sure has seen it a lot worse, so haven't seen any long lines at the pumps yet, so that's good. That's really good. And if we do, we do. No big thing. Oh, I'll see what happened. The little pad came off of these glasses. That's why it's cutting into my nose. That's all right. It's worth it to keep them on. Yes, correct. Tried to put on a GPS app. I actually had 2 GPS apps on this phone that had always worked pretty good for me. But when I tried each one after another, they were so full of, you know, terribly intrusive ads, even though I've got the best ad blockers on. I've got the whole Norton 360 and all that. Plus, like I said, the ad blockers are still, this is actually probably the second most expensive phone that Android has on the market. And, except for the new S26, it's probably the most expensive one. They have it on the market now because that's the latest one, I believe. That I actually had to, and it took me a while, I had to delete those apps and keeping on trying to find another one to replace them. And after I downloaded and ended up inevitably deleting about 10 of them, I just said, well, the hell with this. I know which way to go. It would have been nice to have a GPS app going, but you know, not on this phone. I think it's because the more expensive the phone you have and the higher tech phone you have, it seems, the more these companies just want to inundate you with ads and just a bunch of bullshit that covers up your whole phone, you know, all the time. So you have to keep actually shutting it off, doing restarts over and over again, just to try to get that crap off your screen so you can go back to your home page again. And I'm not kidding. I mean, I know I'm not the most tech-savvy person in the world, but I'm not that dumb, you know, and neither of these marketing and sales people, advertising people, because they know that whoever spends the most for their phones can be the most qualified to buy their products, whatever they are, their apps or whatever. Unfortunately, that's the case, because when I've had cheaper, less technical phones as these, I've never been so overly inundated with all this bull crap all over the screens all the time. You know, one simple ad blocker usually is good enough. You know, if you just have a regular good phone, you know, it doesn't have to be the best one. The thing about this one, though, is why I've kept this one so far, is the cameras are so fantastic. Video cameras and everything that come with it. But the thing is, I can get a cheaper phone and, you know, download a really good camera and video camera app too. So that's what I'm pretty sure I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do pretty soon, because I'm sick of this phone. This is the 25FE, you know, and I'm just at my wit's end, the end of my rope with it. And, you know, I've listened, and you know, I've made a couple videos about this, but there's all these gurus on YouTube that, most of them copycats, that don't, so 2.5 minutes for the video, and I've done the things exactly say to do, and the results are not what the same results that they're getting, you know, for doing the exact same thing. Messed my phone up quite a bit a few times. I've had to F it up because of doing just parakeeting other people on YouTube who they see has gotten over 1 million views overnight or whatever, and they themselves don't know what the hell they're talking about. So be careful of that. Loaded down quite a bit with a lot of weight here now, but it's always like that. Then I unload most of it when I get to my destination, and then coming home I have usually a much lighter load. Whoa. This is our exit, getting off of Route 95. Okay, wow. Okay. Well, that's 20 West, Columbia, exit only. There's the sign for Savannah. If I stayed on Route 95, and I don't know if any of y'all have been to Savannah or around that Savannah, Tybee Island area, I'll tell you that is one great destination. Savannah is a fantastic city. It's a great city. And one that my wife and I like to go to quite a bit too when she was alive. And we got a few stories about that. There is a restaurant in Savannah called the Pirate's House. I don't know if any of y'all heard about it, but it's on all these ghost shows, America's Most Haunted, and Haunted Places in America TV shows, you know. And so this restaurant, the Pirate House, has been featured on just about all of them, and so we used to love to go there. You know, we went there. We only went there a few times, but it was great. And the food's fantastic. They usually have like a regular old Southern buffet, you know, with just some great collards and butter and, you know, cornbread and chicken, you name it, you know, okra, fried okra, really, really good cream corn casserole, or all kinds of good Southern cooking at this place, the Pirate House, this restaurant. And so she's walking around with our video camera I was telling you about before, talking and making videos of the Pirate House, and the people there did a trick on her, which turned out to be really funny, and you know, it was a hoot. She laughed, practically laughed her head off. But a couple people, you know, that had seen her and everything walking around. It's okay to walk around video in here, right? And they're like, oh yeah, that's fine. So, right there in Savannah. And they said, but you know, if you're looking for the real ghost, or a real chance to see ghosts, we got, you know, you should go downstairs. Now downstairs, they had a little, you know, real old stairway, real old type of stairway going to a downstairs cellar, wine cellar. And they said, yeah, you can go down there. They had it blocked off with a gate and everything, but, and you know, when you got to the steps, a couple of the guys jumped out, you know, the servers jumped out with sheets on their head with, you know, eye holes cutting them, you know, and it scared the daylights out of her, but luckily she didn't drop the video camera, and she just, like I said, laughed a lot. She told me about it, and I was like, okay, because I was up sitting at the table while this was going on, waiting for her to come back and everything. And you know, they have bus tours around Savannah that you can pay for to go on these trolley and bus tours, you know, driving trolley and bus tours. And they stop right, one of their stops is right outside the Pirate House restaurant. So while we were there at our booth, sitting there, you know, a couple of these tours stopped right across the yard outside our window. We thought that was pretty cool. And so that's a cool place to go in Savannah, which we are, like I said, not going by now. We stayed on 95. We'd come down to it pretty quick, but we took off because we're going down the Alabama Gulf Coast. But if we was going to Florida or something like that, you know, or just Georgia, you know, the beach part of Georgia, we would have stayed on 95. And Tybee Island is right there past Savannah. If you're going on the Savannah Road and you keep going, you come out to Tybee Island, and they've got a really nice lighthouse, Tybee Island Lighthouse. And they've got a whole long beach strip with nightclubs, and, you know, not just nightclubs, and open all day restaurant, and ice creams stands, more than just stands, ice cream restaurants and stuff. You know, a lot of real neat stuff. They've got, Georgia has got some great coastline, and the nicest people you could ever meet are in Georgia. We used to always say, you want to go to a state where everyone is nice, where you don't meet anyone that isn't nice, then go to Georgia, you know, because that's the kind of state that Georgia is, you know. Everyone there is nice and polite, cordial, and just as southern sweet as can be. Southern sweet as strawberry pie, I always say. And that's what Georgia's like. So we love that Tybee Island Lighthouse. That's a great destination for any of y'all that want to go to a cool place, spend a few days or whatever. And we stayed at a campground there, which is right close to the lighthouse at the beach with our camper. That's the way we used to like to do it. And I forget the name of it. The owner used to always try to buy my camper from us, because, well, that happened to us at most campgrounds we went to. The campground owners would come by eventually and, you know, say, how much did you take for that camper of yours, you know, because it was cute and it wasn't real big and you could pull it with just about anything. You know, it was fiberglass, actually, glass, they call it. And, you know, so it was pretty lightweight. So we used to like to stay at the campground down there in Tybee Island, Georgia. But if you didn't want to go to the campground in Tybee Island, Georgia, and you wanted to stay a little closer to Route 95, like say you're going back and forth to Florida, coming up from Florida, there's another campground there on the other side of Route 95 called Blythe Island, B-L-Y-T-H-E Island Campground. And my dad, when he was alive, he's the one that told us about that. But, you know, we told him we love to stay at Tybee. He's like, I always stay at Blythe Island. You know, Blythe Island is a great town. Beautiful, beautiful scenery. It's a great place. The campground's great. Fantastic. And I don't know that I was actually making YouTube videos the last time I stayed at Blythe Island Campground. I don't believe I was. But all those videos that I was telling you about that my wife filmed with our new Sony video camera back starting about 20 years ago, I still have, you know, on cassette tapes. They're not music cassette tapes, but they're like them. They're not the smallest ones, but they're pretty small. They're about half the size of a regular music cassette, and about 12. This video camera right now. So I have just about all of them of every trip we went on, every place we went with she and I, you know, all these trips I've been telling you about. And I eventually want to put all those into YouTube videos. And that way, y'all will be able to see all that, you know, and be able to see her pretty face. And, yeah, I miss her, you know, but still alive. I'm still alive. I didn't want to be, but now I don't really care. You know, I don't mind being still alive. And, you know, for the most part, it's pretty good. But, and I'm not really getting depressed, you know. It's not that I get depressed because it's probably only natural for people our age to think, man, if we back to any younger age, knowing what we know now, for one thing, we would be rich pretty fast. And, you know, we'd know everything exactly what to do, you know, to have a good, enjoyable life, you know, nice house, nice, good, great everything. If we could just go back with the knowledge and experience that we have now, you know. And it's not just like something that you can just tell people, although you can to a certain extent, you know. But there's more to it than that, you know. So I try to impart some of that wisdom when I'm not making totally goofy YouTube videos, which I don't really care for, you know, but sometimes I do end up making goofy ones, which I'm not real proud of, you know, making goofy YouTube videos, even if they are kind of funny, you know. I do, of course, like making people laugh and being funny, you know, what normal person doesn't, you know. But getting back to what I was saying about Savannah area and Tybee Island, Georgia area, going in between Savannah and Tybee Island Beach and Lighthouse, in between there is a fort, a regular old military fort. And I mean, it's really old. It was there in the Revolutionary War days to start with, and then it was still there in the Civil War days, and it was very active in both of those wars, you know, American wars. And that's supposed to be pretty darn haunted too, you know. So my wife and I were taking a tour around it's a Polish name, Fort Polansky, on the way to Tybee Island, on the Tybee Island Marsh Road, past Savannah, you know, heading out to the Georgia coast, past Savannah. It's called Fort Polansky, and I would definitely recommend checking that out if any of y'all going by that, because it's really neat. It's got a lot of history to it, you know. It was almost taken over by the British at one point, and then I don't know that it ever went out of American hands during the Revolutionary War, but it went back and forth at least once between the Northerners and the South, the North and the South in the Civil War. And there was just a lot of fighting going on there, a lot of people, a lot of deaths, unfortunately. And so they say it's, you know, a lot of haunting. And to this day, a lot of haunting. But there's a real cool moat, a water moat, a deep water moat, like a castle moat, M-O-T-E, going all the way around it. Now that's really neat. You know, you can drive over it to get into the Fort Polansky. And that's a really cool place that I would recommend, you know, to anyone, anytime, especially if they are into history, historical things, history buff, or just like seeing haunted places or places that are supposed to be haunted all over the world. Or definitely check out Fort Polansky in coastal Georgia if you ever get the chance, because we sure enjoyed it, you know. But like I said, now I'd have to go through these videos, but I know we took a lot of video when we went there a couple of different times, and so I'm sure if I live long enough, we'll eventually be putting that on at least one of my YouTube videos in the future. Like I said, if I live long enough, whatever. But I also recommend it if any of y'all go by that area. mostly to the people that are fans of me, and that, which is unbelievable, but, think of people being my fans, but, and also people that I'm real big fans of, that I was telling you about, all these fantastic people making these fantastic YouTube videos, if any of y'all ever get a chance to go anywhere around that area, I recommend it. But there's fantastic campgrounds all over Georgia, and places to explore. There was another campground we used to stay at, kind of in the middle part of Georgia, and I don't remember the name of that whatsoever. But we pulled in with our little camper one night, and it was pouring rain. We stayed there, and we had a great time. And that night, and the next morning, I was looking for my wife, and I think I stayed at the campsite a little bit longer than her. She went out walking around, as usual, holding the video camera, doing the video thing. And probably before YouTube was even invented. And so I walked around looking for her, calling her a little bit. And where do I find her? She's bent over the side of the lake there at this campground in the middle of Georgia, talking to about a 16-foot gator. She was fearless. And I'm like, honey, who are you talking to? What are you talking to? A fish down there? She's like, no, I'm talking to this nice friendly guy. And then I seen what was going on, and I'm like, honey, now be careful there, don't slide in, because you can slide into his mouth. There's and it was just as fascinated by her, I think, as she was by him or her, Mr. and Mrs. Gator there on the side, because most of the lakes in Georgia, as far as I know from my experience, got some pretty big gators in them, especially if there's any kind of swampland around them or anything, maybe not as big as the Everglades, but I wouldn't rule that out, though. There's no reason why Georgia gators can't get as big as Florida Everglades gators. Now, I was a surveyor, a land surveyor, earlier in my life, at an earlier point even that I've talked about so far, because I used to love doing that, Actually, my favorite part of land surveying was running the rod. I could work the gun, surveying distance behind the gun, but I loved running that rod. I just loved everything about that part of the job. And so I was doing that out on Kiowa Island. This is in South Carolina. Kiowa Island, Seabrook Island. Now that is where I'm talking now, is south of Charleston, South Carolina. And, for this, who was originally New England born, boy, I love my time I spent around Charleston, South Carolina, too. And so anyway, so I was doing surveying on all the golf courses out there, Kiowa and all these islands around Charleston, South Carolina, because Charleston, South Carolina's got all these islands around it, like I was just talking about. James Island, Jones Island, Kiowa, Seabrook. They have the Riders Cup down there. Golf is very popular down there in the Charleston area. And, of course, the Ryder Cup is famous throughout the whole world, in the world of golf. And so I spent a bit of my younger days surveying in the golf courses in the Charleston, South Carolina area. And there's a lot of gators around there too, in they're all over the golf courses in Charleston, South Carolina area. You know, those golf courses are full of gators. Every pond on those golf courses are especially full of gators, but you know, there's streams and rivers on the sides of these fairways of these golf courses there in South Carolina, and they're all full of gators too. You know, and all the trails around, and even all across the fairways, like I said, and everything on the grass. But the thing is, though, when them gators, and let me just say this, the gators over there on the golf courses on the islands of South Carolina really don't bother people. You know, they're not really the kind that would go after people. If they were big enough, they would. But they'll go after a baby, you know, or a toddler, or, you know, they'll eat a toddler, or chickens, or, you know, ducks. They love eating a duck, you know, but, you know, or fish, big fish, you know, whatever fish are in the ponds and rivers around there. But they got plenty of food, just eating all that stuff. They'll eat a heron if they can get their hands on it, you know, bird, any kind of birds. See, gators like eating birds, feathers and bones and all. And, you know, I don't mean to be gross or anything, but it's just a thing about gators for any of y'all that like wildlife and natural things. Gators just like, they're primitive, you know, and they still have primitive mindsets. You know, they were around during the time of the dinosaurs, and they, you know, they're distant relatives. Maybe not so distant, you know, in their DNA, but they love crunching things up live and whole, you know. But when the gators in that South Carolina area, the Charleston area, or the South of Charleston, where I'm talking about, South Carolina, when those gators on the golf courses over there get to be just about 10 feet long, then the game wardens come out and shoot them with tranquilizers and lift them up with helicopters and so forth, very vainly and very sickly, so as not to hurt the gators at all. You know, and they, you know, put them in water tubs and stuff. Like I said, they have them wrapped up and canvas all wetted down and everything, and they're asleep for the whole ride pretty much, at least they're supposed to be. And they bring them to the Everglades in Florida, and that's what, when they get to be about 10 feet long, that's what they do in South Carolina with their gators. You know, at least in the Charleston metropolitan and, you know, island area, Charleston Island area. Now, internally in South Carolina, those gators can get as big as they want, you know, depending on the people that live in those areas and the game warden people, and, you know, the naturalist, wildlife officers and everything in that area. You know, they handle their gators whatever the way they want to, but I'm just saying how I experienced the gators being handled in the Charleston area of South Carolina, you know, which is the coastal area. When they get to be about 10 feet long, they get very humanely shipped down to the Florida Everglades and released. And then they can grow as long as they want. You know, 18, 20, 25 feet, whatever. And where I'm going in Alabama, especially that Mobile Bay that I was talking about, that's really chock full of gators. I was in the last, one of my favorite restaurants there on the side of Mobile Bay, and I made a couple of YouTube videos about it. It's called Felix's Fish House. Now those are some of my first YouTube videos, so that, you know, they're not that great, but, and the shorts, you know, which is okay, shorts are great. But so Felix's Fish House, and, you know, I brought my mom over there, and you can get Felix's Fish House is a great restaurant on the side of Mobile Bay in Alabama, and that restaurant, you can order any kind of fish you want to, any freshwater fish or brackish saltwater fish, because Mobile Bay is pretty brackish water, which means it's about half salty. It's semi-salty, so there's ocean fish and freshwater fish in it that can stay alive in it with that saline level and everything, scientifically. And so you can order grouper, red snapper, sea bass, regular bass, sea trout, and cobia, Spanish mackerel, just any kind of fish, basically any kind of fish you want, you can order at Felix's Fish House, and then they'll cook it up any way you want for you. It's pretty reasonably priced, and it is not pretentious, presumptuous, pretentious type of restaurant. It's just, there's some people that are pretty dressed up in it, and some people that aren't that dressed up in it. Jimmy Buffett style, depending on what you're into, what you like, the way your personality is, you'd be comfortable there. Just about anything. So my mom and I were sitting in there at Felix's Fish House in the restaurant, and I was talking to the server, and the part of the restaurant we were in went out on long, like, telephone pole stilts out over the bay, over the marshy area. And the tide goes up and down under there too, because all of Mobile Bay does have a lowering and rising tide, to a certain extent. And the tide was out, and I remember talking to the servers over there, and I said, boy, I'll bet that y'all got some pretty big gators down there. I hadn't gone down there that much at the time. It was one of my first times going down there. And it was the first time going to Felix's Fish House with my mom. She's the one that told me about it, actually. And I said, so y'all have pretty big gators all around here, don't you? I said, I bet some big ones come right up underneath this restaurant where it's sticking out here on these stilts and everything. And she said, the server said, oh, you mean like them two right above your head? And I looked up to the ceiling where she was looking up to, and sure enough, there was 12 of them, of these gators, that lived in Mobile Bay. And I said, well, how'd y'all get them, And she said, well, we serve gator here just about like any other restaurant in Alabama. We'll cook it any way you want, anytime you want. And so the owner of this restaurant knows all the gator distributors and the gator hunters and the people that supply the gators to his restaurant there, Felix's Fish House. And she said, so one of them asked him if he wanted a couple long gator skins, and he was like, sure, I'll take him up with some ambiance, in my restaurant here. But then they didn't really fit on the walls too good, because they got pictures and they got all kinds of other ambiance on the walls. And so the owner got the idea, or someone got the idea of tacking them up to the ceiling. And so that's what they were doing there. And so that was pretty neat, But I didn't have the gator. I never had the gator over there. Not that I wasn't, I bet it was pretty good. Hopefully, they're just the old ones that they hunt and whatever, I don't know. But I usually have like red snapper or grouper. Well, there's like 3 different kinds of groupers, 3 or 4 different kinds of snappers. Those are the ocean fish that I generally like to have. But you know, I like pretty much any ocean seafood, you know. I just haven't gotten gator in a restaurant yet, you know. But I'm sure it's really, really tasty and really good. You know, it's a cultural thing. So, let's see if anyone's tuned in yet. I've been talking to myself most of this time. Cruising on 95. Nope, still talking to myself. Haven't been any new people yet. That's okay. I'll keep right on talking to myself because I know that this is just going to be a regular video, you know, on my channel whenever I get done with it, edit it, and publish it. It's just going to be a regular video on my channel for anyone to watch anytime they want for, you know, the rest of my life. And maybe for a long time after that. But, so I don't mind talking to myself at all. Of course, I'd much rather see, you know, people coming up on it, making comments and everything, but that's all right, you know. That's not why I do it. I do it because I want to get millions of views and, you know, get monetized and get rich. No, I wouldn't mind that, but I was just kidding. You know, that's not really it either. Just a cool thing to do, really, and something to do that I can do. You know, because unfortunately I can't do all the things that I used to be able to do. That's the saddest thing about getting old. Sometimes you can't do it, but yeah, I can do them. I can do it all, just not quite as quickly as I used to be able to do. That's all. That's all. You know, I can't run as fast as I used to be able to do. Yeah, I could still run, especially if I was being chased by something. You know, one of them gators I was talking about, or grizzly, or something like that. You know, I can still run. I can still do everything I used to be able to do. I just can't quite do it as fast as all the bit I used to be able to do, you know. But I can still climb mountains and all that and everything else. And it's just the way it is. Like I said, I'm kind of looking forward to what comes next anyways. Well, I reckon I'll stop flapping my jaws for a little while. Concentrate on the road again for a while. Hour or so, maybe a couple hours, I'm going to kind of turn this into a ASMR type of video, just with the sound of the motor and all the cars going by, rain if we get any more, and everything else, all the other sounds. That's what I'm going to do for the next little bit here. So you can count on that for a while if you want to try to relax, be calm. Maybe get some trigger and tinglies or whatever. just going to put down the windows a little bit and let that out for a while. And hope that someone out there can enjoy that. Until maybe I start seeing people coming back on the screen again, making comments and stuff. I sure would hate it if this video didn't come out, and that's happened to me a lot since I've only been doing this for about a year. That's why so many people quit. There's so many things that can go wrong and do go wrong. So I hope this one comes out, but I won't know until it's published. I really won't know. Relaxing, calming, triggering, hopefully tingle, scratchy, Jeopardy style ASMR, autonomous, sensory, Meridian response. Closing off these pumps because of what Trump said. He's a threatener in the door. He does what he threatens to do. Unfortunately, it's too bad. It's too bad. Stevie. Keep on me. Inner visions. look like I've been traveling. Well, I could check into the motel or keep on going, but I'm not really tired. I guess I might as well keep on going. Off we go. Okay, there we go. You know what I love? That, like I said, sometimes I watch these ASMR videos that other really greats make, you know, and one of them, like I said, one of my favorites, her name's Sherry Lorraine. She's amazing, and she's got the sweetest, best singing voice that you could ever imagine. I mean, it would just it melts my heart every time I hear it. Every little, she's got this video of being rescued by a forest ranger, and it reminds me when I was always mountain climbing. I grew up mountain climbing up in the White Mountains in New Hampshire, and we used to do what's called bushwhacking, and usually you have a machete, you know, a pretty sharp machete, you sharpen it yourself, of course, on your hip if you're going to be doing any bushwhacking, or if you think you're going to be doing bushwhacking. Now, what bushwhacking is what the guy did in her video, who she rescued, and how he got into trouble. He went off the trail, and that's called bushwhacking. You go off the regular beaten trail, and you just use your compass and do your own orientation for a while. You know, if you see some peaks or something that aren't on the regular trail, or a body of water in a geographical map, waterfall, pond, or whatever, especially if you might want to do a little bit of little brook trout fishing, catch some brook trout, build a fire and cook them. You can just cook them right on the stick, you know, and anyway, and then you get back on the regular trail. But you have to be pretty good at orientating yourself with a compass, because it's easy to get lost. And like she shows in her video, the guy that she was saving, he got lost because he was trying to do some bushwhacking. She's such a great actress, because, you know, this is a role-play video that she has made out of her own incredible imagination, your own incredible talent. But what I was getting at is, she does a little singing in that video, and she's just got the sweetest singing voice I ever heard. She could record videos of her just singing, you know, just singing songs, and still get millions of views just for her singing alone. That's how good she is, and how sweet of a voice she has. And I just felt like it wouldn't hurt to mention that. practically never. And it's just that when I was going through a lot after my wife passed away, and I had never heard anything about ASMR or even making your own YouTube videos, I guess I just always kind of thought of it as just like another TV station, but that you could watch other people's videos on and learn stuff from. I never thought about making my own videos on it until I saw her. She was the first one I saw. You know, and she happened to be doing this just awesome meditations. You know, there was a few different ones. And affirmations as well. I really didn't know anything about affirmations, you know, until I heard Sherry Lorraine doing affirmations. And same, just regular YouTube videos and especially ASMR. You know, and so that's why, so that's why I started doing it. I started getting into it, making my own. Kind of give me a zest for life again, you know, just from seeing and enjoying her videos and getting the idea of maybe starting to make some myself, you know, even though I didn't really know anything, or I really didn't know anything, however you want to put it. They're both true. Anyway. That's why, you know, I give her so much credit. And like I said, I don't do it that often, you know. So I'll figure a little bit every now and then. She probably wouldn't mind, you know, because I'd never say anything negative or anything that wasn't just totally positive about her. Anyone that hears me say anything about her, check out her videos. Anyone awesome, you know. And now really all she has to do is a live stream every now and then. You know, she's so famous and so popular, such a star now, and rightfully, deservedly so. You know, but still see all her older videos, the videos she started with. Of course, before that, she was on Instagram, Twitch, TikTok. She went to a Twitch. TwitchCon, it was called, a couple months ago, I guess, with one of her friends, and I'll bet she was just a star, a total star over there. You know, she's, all I can picture her doing over there is like signing autographs and shit, because I just can't imagine her doing anything else at a thing called TwitchCon. You know, that's how fantastic and famous she is, and good she is, creative and talented she is. Well, that's enough about that. I don't want to sound like a broken record, getting too carried away. She just opened up a whole new aspect of life to me, gave me not totally unhappy about being alive, you know. So I feel like I owe her a lot, you know, and I thank God that she was born. And she must have, and this is probably the last thing I'm going to try to say, but she must have the most beautiful said the other couple of times I mentioned her, and it was always it never would be anything but in a positive way, but I've always said that if she heard anything that I said, didn't like it, or wanted me to delete it, I certainly would, in a heartbeat, you know. So that's all I'm going to say about that, at least certainly for now. And on the road again, on the road with Starwolf, live stream that I hope comes out between Nashville, North Carolina, which is kind of in the Raleigh area, to Gulf Coast, Alabama, Floribama. A few hours into the trip, and I'm going to try to be quiet for a while. At least try not to talk too much. Oh my. See, that sign just said, I know I'm not talking too much. That sign just said Clemson, South Carolina. We're in South Carolina. The University of Clemson College, Clemson Tigers, I think they are. Very famous. Great sports school, great sports teams. But the only Clemson I know of, now they may have satellite colleges, they probably do, but the only one I know of is on Johns Island, south of Charleston, like the area I was talking about before. So if that's the one that sign was referring to, yeah, I guess you can get there by taking that road off of here. But it ain't close. It's not real close. You'll be driving for a while before you get there. It's funny how sometimes you see these signs mentioning a town or a place, but they're not close. If the sign's just showing you a way that you can get to that famous place from wherever you are, but it doesn't mean it's close. Oh Lord. See that? Charleston, the sign said. Now, we were a lot closer to Charleston if we just stayed on Route 95. But that sign still said Charleston. I reckon if you take that road, you end up in Charleston on your way to it. Alright, I'm going to shut up for a while. be sort of a little bit of equivalent or something else. Either way, depending on how you look at it. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Oh, no. Hit the road, Jack. Starwolf. Don't you come back no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack. Starwolf. Don't you come back no more. Oh, Starwolf, you better hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. Oh, hit the road, Jack. That's what people like to say to me. Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more. I don't know why. It's just the way it's always been. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more. I guess I just bring that thought out in people. So they want to sing that song. Hit the road, Jeff. Jeffrey Stowe. And don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jeffrey Stowe, and don't you come back no more. Hit the road, you weirdo, Jeffrey Starwolf. Weird dude guy. And don't you come back no more. More, no more. Hit the road, Jeffrey Starwolf. Don't you come back, don't you all come back no more. Is this McDonald Road? No, probably not. Hit the road, Jeff. And don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jeff. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jeff. And don't you come back no more. Hit the road. Hit the road, Jeff. And don't you come back no more, no more, no. Hit the road, Jeff. Don't you come back no more. Hit the road, Jack. It's fine. Okay. They closed 25 minutes ago. Okay, cool. It's alright. Super Mario Galaxy. Japan. Hit the That big arch looks good though, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. There's the Starwolf mobile. Yeah, it is. Starwolf mobile. Okay, let's go check out the tires. Check out that. Looks good. Looks good. Let's see how we look from behind. Oh, boy. Okay, looks all right. Looks all right. Yeah. That's the one that got the slow leak in. Looks okay now. Praise the Lord. Knock on wood. That's what I say. Knock on wood and praise the Lord. All right. All by myself. It was more fun. It is more fun when your wife's with you, but oh well. Okay, in we go. Back on the road. I think that McDonald's. I saw that this McDonald's, and it looked good. I got plenty of food here, but maybe I'll get out some crackers. Crushing it. Starwolf. Okay. Go back on the road. I always had all my teeth, good. I brushed a lot. I flossed too much. I actually hurt my gums from flossing too much and brushing hard. I always used a hard brush, and they recommend you use a soft brush now. They don't even recommend using a medium, but I've always been a little bit of an extremist. No. So, yeah, I kind of hurt myself brushing and flossing so much, so hard. But anyway, I always took care of my teeth. But, most of my friends had to get false teeth a long time ago. I never did. I never did until recently. I had, switch this back. The inclination, because I didn't like the way my teeth looked. I still had a bunch of top teeth. I still have all my bottom teeth. They're really good. But I had a bunch of top teeth that were still really good, that were doing good. But there was about 3 of them missing from the front on top. And I couldn't stand how that looked. Because it looked gross, to put them on. It was not attractive at all. So I checked into different things I could do, and my dentist that I went to on a regular basis, she wouldn't tell me, can you just pull these, few in front that make me look like kind of hillbilly from Deliverance or something, just pull them out and give me some kind of something to make it look like real nice, good teeth again. She's like, no, you've got a bunch of perfectly healthy teeth there. I'm not going to pull out healthy teeth, but I was bound and determined to do it my way. So I finally found a dentist that didn't mind and said, sure, I'll pull them all out, pull your jaw point out, and we can fit you for some temporary dentures for a while. We have to do that while it heals up where I pulled these out from. And then we can give you these implants. And when you get the implants, though, then it'll look just like your regular teeth again. It'll be beautiful, and I know they will. They never come out. When I get those implants, you know, he said, and it's true, I brushed on them again, just like regular teeth, my regular old first teeth, and just my whole mouth, my teeth look beautiful again. So I had it done, and so now I have those temporary false teeth dentures for the top, and I haven't gotten my new implants yet, so I know everything's going to be fine when I get them, but it doesn't look that great, you know, now. It makes me look old and everything. If I don't have those top denture teeth in. And I don't like them. You know, I mean, they don't feel good. I never had, like I said, dentures before or anything. I didn't know how bad they feel. If you're thinking about getting dentures and you still have some healthy teeth, I would recommend to anyone get the bridges, what they call a bridge or partial, that use the healthy teeth you have to connect to, and that just fit in between your healthy teeth. Just get them, you know. Don't get the rest of your healthy ones taken out just to do it the way I'm doing it. Because I sure have regretted it, you know, ever since. And the guy did a great job, you know, and everything he told me is true. He didn't lie to me, you know. But I still wish I didn't do it that way. Because these temporary dentures just feel like a big hunk of plastic in your mouth. And that's basically what they are. You know, you can't eat with them in. Hardly. And you can't barely drink with them in, you know, through a straw. So I got them with me, but I didn't put them in for this ride. So I don't look that great right now. It's better to be comfortable for a 1,000-mile journey on the road than to feel like you look good for the few times you run into a restaurant or something. It's just not worth it to have them in and being uncomfortable all that time just for that. Okay, we are coming into the city now. I'm gonna make sure I'm on the right side, the right place. Okay, we're coming into Augusta, Georgia. Okay, we're crossing. We just crossed over from. I haven't seen a sign to say. So I think we're crossing over from South Carolina into Georgia right now. Yep. We're in South Carolina and we're, look at all those bridges. We're almost in Georgia. Yeah, you know, love Georgia. South Carolina's neat too. just, like I said, I love my Georgia. I love the mountains in Georgia, which come right down from the mountains in North Carolina. You get Cherokee, Nashville area, down to Holland National Forest, and this I can't even tell where this road is going. And you go from that down to Holland National Forest in North Carolina, right across the border into the mountains of Georgia. Beautiful mountains of Georgia. Just as, just like North Carolina, it's the same mountain range. It's right close to it. So anyone that lives up there has got himself a nice place to live. That's for sure. And it's still in Georgia. And they're right close to crossing the line into North Carolina too, western North Carolina. To go to the Cherokee Indian Reservation, Native American, I like to say. I don't usually say Indian. There's nothing wrong with it, Most Native Americans do, anyway. But I just don't usually. Probably heard me say that before. I just call us Native Americans. I'm not really talking part of Native American, but I got half Irish, French Canadian, a bit of German, Polish, all that in me too. But itch on my shoulder. They don't really have any lights on the side of the road here. It's dark. Like I said, there's no moon out tonight. And it is dark before boating. Anyway, I'm happy to be so close to Georgia. Not really far once you cross into Georgia here, not really far from Atlanta, I'll be what I'm planning on doing is going around the southern part of Atlanta. Just going around Atlanta, but like I said, I couldn't get any GPS working here. Not any voice GPS anyway. And none, actually, because of this stupid phone. I hate it. I hate this phone. Like I said, I'm not going to keep this phone. It's a whole long story of why I switched to Augusta, 64 miles. Okay, well, we still got 64 miles before we get to Augusta, which is just over the line in Georgia. So we'll be in South Carolina. We need a bit longer. Not that long ago, about an hour or less. Oh boy. It's easy to lose the train of thought when you're trying to concentrate on the road too. Oh yeah, okay. So no GPS. So kind of relying on signs and just knowing the right way to go now. so easy just to put on a GPS app when I had a cheap little old phone, you know, cell phone. So easy just to put on a free GPS app, talking, voice GPS app, no problem, no troubles. And now, the most expensive phone I ever had, and the one with the best video cameras in it of any phone I've ever had, and supposedly the best one, it was too much of a pain in the ass. It taken too long to just get one on that was worth even keeping on and not just uninstalling 5 or 10 minutes after I put it on. So that's pretty sad. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's pocket Losing my regular new glasses. I found them now, though. These old ones, anyway. Now at least I'll be able to read the signs to go around Atlanta. That's all I'm really concerned about. See, I can see good enough. I just can't read the signs until I'm right underneath them without the glasses. Driving through Atlanta also. Just since I'm such a fan of hers, I just thought that was kind of neat. But, you know, it's just a funny coincidence. Anyone believes in coincidences. Self-defense of me, or if I was defending another innocent without anything like that, though, aside from murder, aside from cold-blooded murder, I'm working on a few ways of becoming fairly wealthy again. You know, because there's reasons I would like to have the money again, you know. And it's not as easy as I could have done it when I was younger. But we've been all through that. Well, it's the middle of the night, and I'm driving, I'm talking to you, so I'm just going to say this. When I was younger, you know, in my early 20s, I was a dancer, an exotic male dancer. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't Apollo, you know, but I could do everything Apollo does, you know, does. I never exactly busted open a bag of chips across my chest like Apollo did in Magic Mike, you know, but that was pretty cool. I love dancing like that, man. I love doing that. And I was good at it. If I did blow my own horn a little bit, you know, I earned it. I had the right to. I just really loved it, you know. I mean, I was a mountain climber, I was in good shape, I was young, and I was in great shape, you know. And I was definitely not the best looking one of my whole troupe, you know. Dance troupe, that is, which consisted of a bunch of fraternity brothers of mine and me. But, you know, we were all pretty good looking. So the first time I did it, I never really thought about it, but a couple of my friends, fraternity brothers, were going to hot legs contest. It's called hot legs contest, male hot legs contest. And they had it like on the weekends, Friday and Saturday night at this place for the ladies. The ladies love to go to see Chippendale type dudes dancing, you know, and stripping a little bit. And so, you know, like I said, I was about 18, 19, and 20. And so I was like, oh, okay. You know, they really said, come on, Quinny. That was my name. Because my last name is Quinn, you know. And so I did, and I had a blast. It was great, you know. Danced on the stage, danced on the tables, did the whole Magic Mike show. And I wasn't the tallest, you know. Like I said, I probably wasn't the most physically attractive compared to the other guys I was with, but I was good and passable at it, and I enjoyed it. And I'm so glad I did it. Because I am so happy to have those memories that can never be taken away from me. And that's one of the things that really, that's why I guess I kind of made a couple of those goofy dance video shorts that I did, which the first couple I made were okay. They were passable. I would have left them on there, you know. That was before I had these teeth taken out and everything I'm talking about. But I dressed up pretty good, real good. I know how to dress real nice and everything. And all that. But I ended up deleting them because I did not know about putting them on private. I didn't know that I could change YouTube videos to private because these were some of the first ones I ever made. And I did it for someone's birthday, actually. A woman I know. But anyway, because I knew she would, I felt like she would like it, you know. I still think she would, but I got so much crap from my family because I didn't know that it was a bad idea to tell people in your family that you had started making YouTube videos, and you know, I didn't know that was such a terrible idea. But I sure found out. I sure as hell found out fast enough. Because it was like, what the hell is wrong with you, man? What's the matter with you? You know, your age, making the Magic Mike dancing videos. You know, like you were back in school again, back in college again. You know, like a freaking idiot. You look like an idiot, you know. Like I didn't think so, you know, and I still don't. A couple I've made since then, I was so self-conscious about it, and that I never even smiled. I didn't do it right at all. You know, I mean, I was terrible at it. I was so uncomfortable about it. And I ended up, well, at that point I knew how to make them private. I ended up making them private, changing them around, editing them, putting them unlisted for a little bit, and then even trying to pop them on public for a little while, and then back to unlisted again, and then I mean private. I may be able to use bits and pieces of in editing something in between other videos I make in the future or something, although I doubt it, because they just weren't good enough. But that's why they say, do not tell your friends and family, do not put it on Facebook, you know, that you're making YouTube videos, because the amount of criticism from jealous people that you're going to get, really just not, and pressure they put on you, it's not even worth it. And I mean pressure like, you know, like not that I would ever want to go to their houses anymore anyway, you know, after talking to me like that and everything, trying to make me feel so bad. Just, you know, it is easy to be self-conscious, especially at this age, you know. It's hard to put yourself out there, you know, make a video that could be very humiliating, and, you know, that I could be very ridiculed for, you know, and then to think that everyone feels that way, not just nothing but a big laughing stock, you know, humiliating myself. Which I didn't really think. I didn't think when I did those first ones. And I wish I didn't delete them, but I can do it again. It's not that I've totally given up trying, but I'm going to wait till I get those dental implants, the permanent dental implants, you know, that I was talking about. And that'll take care of that. And, you know, wait till I can just have a real nice smile again. Big old smiles, you know, and, 'cause Lord, knock on wood. I hope he's not. I don't think he is. Anyways, back to what I was talking about making videos that can be potentially very humiliating, you know, but that I really haven't totally given up on, but I sure don't, well, that's when I changed my whole channel name and email, channel email, YouTube email, and told everyone that I was not making, they didn't have to worry about anything, you know, I wasn't making any more YouTube videos anymore, you know, but I still was, you know, screw that, but I just, not really screwed down, but I just wasn't making any with any other people in them, you know, so probably shouldn't have been, well, it doesn't really matter, you know, you don't have to ever make any videos with any other people in it. Told most of my family eventually again that yes, I am making some YouTube videos again because I really do love it, I enjoy it, but don't worry, I'll never make any with you in them or any of your houses or cars in them or talking about you at all in them, so y'all don't have to worry about anything like that. And then they still wanted to never invite me to their houses because they're afraid I'm going to their house, a YouTube video. If they still are afraid of that, then oh well, you know. But I wouldn't anyway anymore now that I know how they feel. I just know that I didn't know at the time that that was a thing, you know, that it was advisable not to tell your family and friends that you started making videos because of the amount of criticism, humiliating criticism, rotten criticism that you're going to get, you're probably going to get if you're older, especially if you're older. You know, the older you are, the worse and more criticism you're going to get. You know, I guarantee you that. Because as many people that are older people and seniors that are making YouTube videos right now, you know, most of them are making those what you call faceless videos where they're not showing themselves on the videos, and the ones that are usually just naturally very, very good looking people, you know, or extremely talented, or, you know, doctors or some kind of professionals, or what I'm getting at is not as many as it might seem compared to younger people, because this is just for example, out of all my friends on Facebook, well, one of my friends was a friend of mine for a lifelong, really good friend. He was always making videos when we were starting, when we were teenagers, on the whole time as we were growing up. And like I said, this was way before YouTube or any kind of social media. say the year, you know, well, okay. It was started a pretty long time ago. Anyway, he was always making videos and stuff like that. No one really thought much of it, you know. But he went on to get a job at the local news station up in New Hampshire, and then to one in the Boston area, a couple in the Boston area, you know, and he just did better and better and better at it, and got better, higher paying jobs and better. He just really worked his way up, man, and you know, became a millionaire. Well, when he finally retired, which was a few years ago, he had been one of the top executives in Orlando at the most famous TV station in Orlando, you know, the most popular TV station in Orlando, Florida, and that's where he retired from. So I practically never go on Facebook anymore, but I happen to go on and get on it when I like. You may or may not remember, depending on how much my videos you watched. I went through a couple of laptops that got broken and destroyed one way or another fairly recently, that I bought this new laptop, and when I was on that, I ended up Facebook came up, and so I popped on it a little bit, but I wasn't about to tell anyone that I was making YouTube videos or anything. But I forgot that on Facebook, because, you know, an older person like me is not used to that kind of thing, social media of any kind, you know, and we didn't grow up that way. We didn't have that when we were growing up. It wasn't a thing, you know. And so when I popped onto Facebook and I said to my friend, you know, because I had about 1,000 messages on my Facebook. It had been about 5 years since I was on it, and a few of them were from him, and I responded to one of them, you know, and I said, man, I really have a new appreciation of all those videos of us you took when, you know, we were kids, and you were working your way up at all these TV stations and doing so well, finally retiring from Orlando, and you know, I said I have a real newfound appreciation, because I've actually been making a few videos on YouTube myself, and there's a lot to it, you know, and there's a ton that can go wrong, and it can be so frustrating, you know, and you know, it's just a whole another world, you know, of stuff that can go wrong, you know, and be frustrating. So then the next thing I know it's pretty naive of me and ignorant, but I get all these messages from all these other people on YouTube, on Facebook, that were just kind of listening in and reading the stuff that I was writing to my friends. And, oh man, you do that YouTube? You do? Really? What's the name of your channel? I didn't tell any of them. I didn't respond to any of it. And that's the only time I went on Facebook since then, and I haven't been back on it since then. Unfortunately, because there was a few other people I wanted to talk to, which I will eventually. I'll make sure I put it on private when I do. But it was like 2,000 or maybe 1,000 people, or you know, lots and lots of people, you know, that I grew up with. And none of them were making YouTube videos. Were or are making YouTube videos. It's like, I'm only one? You know, out of all the people I went to high school and college with, now I'm the only one that I know of on Facebook, on my Facebook, making YouTube videos, that all of a sudden I'm like instantly famous just from a couple comments to my friend that other people read that I wasn't realizing that they were reading, you know, and they all want to know my channel name now, and they want to look at my videos, and it was overwhelming. I mean, it's kind of, you know, kind of nice, kind of flattering, but at the same time, just goes to show you the ratio of older people compared to younger people that are making videos on YouTube, younger and middle-aged people that are making videos on YouTube. The older you are, the less people that are actually doing it, and there really are not a whole hell of a lot of older people doing it compared to, you know, every other age person, middle age. The younger you are, the more people that are doing it, you know, and watching it, even, you know, a lot more older people watching YouTube than there are making videos on it, but even a lot less making videos on it as me, you know, and I didn't realize when I started making mine, I just figured, you know, probably a whole bunch of other older people do it too, you know, but I found that not to be the case. So, I don't know. But there's more and more people doing it all the time, you know, of all ages. And I actually would have been doing it. I actually would have been making YouTube video content starting about 2015 or 2016. But my wife didn't want to, and she didn't want me to. And I'm not blaming anything on her, you know. I love her to pieces, I always did. And, you know, she's a great person and very wise, you know. And she's probably right, you know. So I just thought, okay. So I didn't do it until after she passed away. And it was a while after she passed away, like I said, when I first saw that. First Sherry the Rain video, first ASMR video I ever saw, you know, I'd ever seen. Kind of inspired me to start making my own videos. And for a major reason, one of the major reasons is for the potential financial, you know, gain that I could accomplish, you know, perhaps, maybe, if I'm real lucky, you know, do real well, you know, and figuring that way I may someday be able to, you know, donate to some people that feel like really deserve it for helping to save my life and making me want to live again, giving my life purpose again, you know, because if that all didn't happen, I would have been dead a long time ago. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, my doctor kept telling me I was going to be dead soon anyway if I didn't start eating again, which I was in no way going to do, you know, and you know, I had accepted that. I was looking forward to it. I didn't want to live anymore, you know, and I'm live. What? I thought I was live all this time. Is that someone reminding me I'm live, or? Anyway. Nope. Pretty much still And it looks like I might get one more comment from one of my still crews. I see, yeah, okay, yeah, that's one of my top chat people. Let's see. Gonna get up close to Barry dude. Barry dude, man. Hey, yeah, still on the road. I probably will keep this live stream going until I get there. And I'll probably drive through all the way. I have had to stop at a rest once to try to go into a McDonald's, but it was closed. So I stopped 3 times since I started. Once for gas, one, like I said, trying to go into that McDonald's, and the other time just at the rest area when I first crossed over into South Carolina. So I've stopped 3 times so far, and I'm just about on the Georgia border now. So I'm going to be going into our 3rd state from North Carolina, South Carolina, and now I'll be crossing into Georgia pretty soon. I think we might be Georgia around 65, even 60. I'm not in a big hurry. Anyway, crossing into Georgia pretty soon. Like I said, I really didn't have any luck with GPS. I might try pulling over again sometime. Try downloading another GPS video, app, but it wasn't even worth it so far. Because I got so much crap from this phone trying to do it. Well, like I said, with my cheaper other phones, I never had any problem with downloading the GPS app. It's just this stupid, really freaking expensive phone that I have so much shit about it, so much crap about it. Just trying to put a voice talking GPS app on it that didn't take over my whole phone. Freaking Norton 360 hasn't done me any good, that's for sure. Cost enough. Every time I turn, I put it on the stay on always setting. Every time I turn the phone, it says, your Norton's off again. Your Norton's not activated. You have to activate that, get back to safety. So why the fuck not, man? I paid enough money for it. I keep putting it on the stay on all the time setting. And I don't want to sound like I'm complaining so much, but I'm just saying how it is in case anyone else has gone through the same thing, type of frustration with even the best phone, Android phone, and Norton 360, and all these great ad blockers. Even with all that, still getting overrun by ads. Just trying to put on a GPS ad, just to not the best one, not the just every single one. I'll find a good one. When I'm able to stop for a while. Like that Wave, maybe I might go with that Wave. I don't know how much it costs, but it would be worth it if I can do it probably. And right now, okay, we're supposed to be crossing over into Georgia in 10 miles, 12 miles now. And that'll be Augusta, so I'll still be a couple hours from Atlanta. Like I said, I'll be going down south of the roads, a little bit south of Atlanta. I'm not actually going to be driving through Atlanta this time, I don't think, unless I do it accidentally. That's possible. But my plan is to go a little bit around the Beltway, around the south of Atlanta. first town you come into when you cross over from South Carolina into Georgia. Augusta seems like a pretty cool town too. They got a lot of cool stuff there. And like I said, Georgia people are great. Georgia Peach, Georgia Peaches, Georgia's a great place to live. Great people. And I will probably, okay, not getting any comments now. I'll probably just go back into ASMR mode a little bit here right now. And for any of y'all that may be watching it on the reruns after I publish it, actually publish it. But if I do get anyone coming on making comments again, if I do notice that, I'll come back on again. Speaking again, saying hi and all that. Right now I'm going to try to shut up for a while. Put these windows down a little really, I think they're all the roads in North Carolina are really, really good, especially the highways. Compared to like, Georgia's great, but this road is bumpy as hell. It's terrible. And there are no roads in North Carolina that are this bumpy, this bad. It's shocking, literally. Shocking to my shock absorbers. And this truck's pretty old, too. It's not used to that kind of abuse. But North Carolina's got great roads. They have no speed limit signs on these roads. In North Carolina, it's like they have them every couple miles. Oh, there's one. I figured right where I say it. 65. All the North Carolina highways are 70 now. They start at 70. Some go up a little higher, it seems like. But most of the other states, I think they stop at 65. Of course, North Carolina's the crazy speed limits. Really. Oh, look at that. Welcome to Georgia, baby. Yeah, okay. Welcome to Georgia. I wonder if Sherry's in Georgia now. Probably. Oh well. I'm sorry, Sherry. I'm sorry she said that in my video. Kick out of it. Thinking that we might be in even the same state at the same time because I'm such a big fan. Never mind the fact that we were both in Atlanta at the exact same time last year. It's like I said, I would have never known if I didn't hear you say it. I can't believe how much we act like a little kid I am about that, getting such a charge and a thrill out of that. Just the thought of us both being in the same that sign? Heading for Atlanta again, man. Heading for Atlanta again, baby. I love Atlanta. It's such a cool town. Very artistic buildings in Atlanta as well. A lot of different really neat colors. Well, I still think the best time to drive through Atlanta is in the middle of the night. Because every time I do that, very few other cars on the road. You hit it about 2:30 in the morning, 2:33. Anywhere between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning, I think is the best time to drive to Atlanta. Or drive around either. They had the Olympics in Atlanta a long time ago. Once. in a cool, fun way. It's in Georgia. I knew it was around here somewhere. I'ma hold your there was a band in my town who called themselves Deep Purple Rock Band. Very famous for a song called Smoke on the Water, which a lot of people have heard of. It was number one hit on the radio for a long time. But, however, even though they had lots of other hits, they had another hit named Sweet Child in Time. Not Sweet Child of Mine, Sweet Child in Time. And their lead singer, who sang that song, and most of their songs, his name was Ian Pace. Ian Pace. And being Easter Sunday reminded me of this. Ian Pace, the lead singer for the band Deep Purple, did you know that he played Jesus Christ in the movie, and of course on stage musical before the movie that they made the movie out of? He played Jesus Christ in that musical called Jesus Christ Superstar. Ian Pace of the band Deep Purple. And he was still in Deep Purple, as far as I know, when he did that. He did a few tours after that. But that's just a little interesting. Little known fact, I guess. More known by Deep Purple fans, but nowadays probably more of a little known fact. Easter Sunday today. Ian Pace and Deep Purple, back in the 70s, played Jesus in Jesus Christ Superstar. The stage, opera, and movie. It actually came out in the 60s, now that I think of it. But it's still pretty popular in the 70s. who I love today, who I think are fantastic taste in music, I would probably, if I was to recommend a song by Deep Purple, for them, I would probably recommend Burn, the song Burn, B-U-R-N. To look up on YouTube the band Deep Purple, a song, Burn. Also, a band, I would recommend this to Gen Z. Would I know of their music? For example, would I know and love of a guy named Joe Newton and the band Alt J? Kind of reminded me a little bit of the band called Uriah Heep, H-E-E-P, Uriah Heep. Look that up on YouTube. YouTube search Uriah Heep, the song July Morning, and in particular, The Magician's Birthday, and The Wizard by Uriah Heep on YouTube is what Jeffrey Starwolf would recommend. If I were to recommend a few songs that I think the Gen Z generation might not think sucks, that might like and enjoy, along with a lot more. And I will certainly admit that I love a lot of Gen Z music, especially that Joe Newton, The Pines. I love that Hunger of the Pines. It's creative. Very creative. could have guessed that. Because Joe Perry and Steven Tyler, the lead singer of Aerosmith, grew up in the same area as I did in New England, the Boston area and New Hampshire, all over southern New Hampshire, the Lakes region, middle New Hampshire, just all over that whole area. And you know, I would recommend early, well, all Aerosmith music, but also the early music, the early songs. Mama King is one. Mama King, Walk This Way. Walking the Dog. Toys in the Attic. Train Kept a Rolling. All night long, which is the way I feel right now. I'm keeping on driving all night long, which I enjoy. Subscribers. Got a couple likes anyway. Was that just part of that? Thank you. Wow. Very much thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My top fans. Oh, I don't know. Looks like they unsubscribed. That's the thing about subscribing. Unsubscribe just as easy. Hopefully they won't. Please don't unsubscribe. Of course you can if you want. Thank you for the likes though. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I also loved and I used to love to go to see whenever they were playing when I was camping around the lakes region of New Hampshire. Joe Perry Project, folks. Look that up on YouTube. able to start paying back some people that I feel I owe a lot to. And I don't forget people like that. I don't forget people that were so nice to me inadvertently or, you know, just not feeling sorry for me or whatever, you know, whatever. We'll have more means again to help people in this world again. But in the meantime, while I'm working on getting some means, I will continue to help people as best I can along the way. Starwolf has another recommendation. With all due modesty, really, all due modesty, to younger people of today, people in their 20s, 30s, teens, all ages, who may not have heard of a little album called Brain Salad Surgery by a musical group named Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Keith Emerson, Greg Lake, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Brain Salad Surgery. Look it up on YouTube. Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. It's rock and roll. Rock and roll. Yes, 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 yes. Rick Wakeman. And the band, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Got one of my particular favorites. Journey to the Center of the Earth by Rick Wakeman. And also many other songs by the band Yes. Yes. And one in particular, which most people my age have heard of because it was played on the radio the most. And I've seen them play it, Rick Wakeman play this on his piano, keyboard, synthesizer so many times. But we always really got a lot of triggers and scratchy, tingly, real tingly tinglies when Rick Wakeman would start playing the song called Roundabout. You may have heard of it. You're about my age, you probably heard of it. People like me, and believe it or not. The Monkees, the song, Last Train to Clarksville. because it's a band that actually I see a lot of Gen Zs wearing the name of this band on their shirts and their jackets. Because I'm referring to the band Led Zeppelin and Robert Plant. Frank Zappa called him Robert Planet. It's kind of funny. Whoa. There's a semi. See that? That rig up there swerving back and forth? And it looked like he was going to lose it there for a second. He was really swerving. That truck driver must be falling asleep. He's falling asleep a little bit. To be swerving like that. Oh, shoot. I got two choices. I can pass him as fast as possible and leave him in the dust, or look at that, now he's hitting his brakes. And he's only going 50 miles an hour. Or I can just hang back like I'm doing right now, playing it safe. I wonder if he knows he's just crossed over. This is a dangerous road. Shoot, there he goes again. Half in one lane and half in the other. Gotta keep your eyes open for things like that. When you're driving all through the middle of the night like I am right now. Like Punky Jeffrey Starwolf is right now. Which is okay. Lagging behind this semi flatbed for a while. I'm a little nervous about trying to pass him now. He could start swerving over at any time. Okay. He's going really slow now. Okay. I'm going for it. I'm going around him. God, please don't let him swerve into me. Okay. And God, please help that truck driver. Because I think he's falling asleep. He may have a deadline. He may just be my Spanish-speaking friends. Jeffrey Starwolf is living the vida loca. Living the vida loca. Living the vida loca. Good, there's another arrestor coming up quick. Oh shoot, is that same truck pulling up behind me? No freaking way. No. You gotta be kidding me. We should be in this lane. entertainment. And they were up all night, and so was I. I've never really liked to go to sleep at night. I've done it. But not that often. I've always preferred to be up all nights. In any really any way anyone wants to interpret that is fine with me. Up all nights. And Jimmy Stone. That's why I'd like to make the name of this Jeffrey Starwolf live stream, Punky Starwolf, up all night. Jeffrey Punky Starwolf. Yeah. ASMRs. Jeffrey's ASMRs. Everybody's gonna jump joy. Hey, come on without, come on within. You've not seen nothing like the mighty Quinn. Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on within. 'Cause you've not seen nothing like the mighty Quinn. That song was written by a band called Meridian back in the 60s. But there was another band that loved to do it. They never did it on any of their albums, of which they have come out. But most of them are bootlegs. I think you know what I'm talking about then. This is a band that was led by a man named Jerry Garcia called the Grateful Dead. Grateful Dead, man. And I've seen them so many times in concert. Just liking. Because I don't really know. I don't remember. I don't think I ever really knew. I never really kept that good of a count of how many times I saw the Grateful Dead in concert. But the thing is, it's a little different than that Santana concert I went to night before last. Because at a, well, and a little bit the same, because at a Grateful Dead concert, everybody dances through the whole show, including in the parking lot, all day long before the show. Whenever you get there, and sometimes for days before the concert. And after, that's why one of the singles of the Grateful Dead are Dancing Bears. Comment if any of you know what I'm talking about. Jerry Garcia. Rest his soul. And it figures right then We go by a sign that says Oxford, Georgia. Well, the time that I can think of, this is honest to God true, the time that I can think of remembering the most of Jerry Garcia and the Grateful Dead playing the Mighty Quinn in concert was in a little town called Oxford, Maine. Oxford, Maine. And I'm just passing Oxford, Georgia right now, and I didn't even know it existed. And I was thinking about, because I was just singing, the Grateful Dead playing the Mighty Quinn for a long time in Oxford, Maine. That's what they did a lot of times. They played at these tiny little hamlet towns, and you know, us fans would just, in a good way, kind of take over the whole town, you know, in a way in which we spent a lot of money on, you know, whatever we had, on the local establishments, which was great for whatever town we were in, especially if we stayed there for about a week or a few days, which was usually part of it. And just dance. Which is what makes the Grateful Dead different than any other band I know. Is that, you know, most people and a lot of people dance at just about every rock concert you can go to. You know, there's going to be people dancing, especially the closer to the stage you get, the more people are going to be dancing. But like, the difference is that Grateful Dead concerts, everybody danced throughout the whole show, like I said, before it started and after it ended. It was great. Peace, love, all that. Did you see that sign? It said Oxford, where I saw Jerry Garcia singing there, Mighty Quinn, which is my last name. That's why it's kind of special to me. I don't know, I've written it on my channel a few times. I think it's on my channel, but some of my videos I put Jeffrey Starwolf Quinn. Most people don't advertise their real last names that much. But hey, I'm freaking old, so that's why I care. You know, I'd love it if y'all want to come over and visit me. I've said that before. Because I wouldn't want to get totally taken over by Atlanta! See that? Coming up to Atlanta now. Close, very close to Atlanta. Land of Atlanta. Jeffrey Starwolf is in Atlanta again. One of my favorite cities. You're here, Sherry? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe in the state of Georgia. Who knows? Who knows? It doesn't matter. Somewhere, no. Alright, Jeffrey. Stone Mountain, Georgia. I have to admit, anyone coming to Georgia, anyone in Georgia, anyone who's never been to a place called Stone Mountain, Georgia, I would highly recommend visiting Stone Mountain, Georgia. Because it is a freaking awesome place, man. It is awesome, and you would love it. If you're listening to it, you would love it. It's called Stone Mountain, Georgia. You've probably been there a million times, it's got horses and General Lee, you know, a bunch of cool people carved in big stone, Stone Mountain, Georgia. Georgia Beach. Georgia Beach. I love Georgia peaches. And the fruit Georgia peach is really good too. I love Georgia peaches. And I just love Georgia peaches. I love grits. Grits. I love grits. Yeah, I love, even though I was born a little further north, I really love grits now. If you're talking about the acronym, well, I love the kind of grits that you eat. Well, I actually love to eat all kinds of grits, but the kind of grits I'm talking about right now stands for, should I say, do I dare? It's the middle of the night. It's my live stream, and I am Punky Jeffrey Starwolf. So I will say the kind of grits I'm talking about now is acronym for girls raised in the South. That's the kind of grits I'm talking about right now. Girls raised in the South. Of course, you know me, I love women raised everywhere and anywhere. I just do. That's my DNA. That's in my DNA. That's what you get when you mix up Irish, French Canadian, German, Polish. Hey, Copernicus was Polish. Don't, you know, don't knock it too much. And a little bit of Native American, a little bit of Canadian, French Canadian, plain old French. Anyway, mix all that together, throw it together in an American package from America. I get friends who say, oh, I'm American. I live in America. You know, they don't need to put an A in front of America. They just call it America. And the CA, America. I'm from America, man. I know, really sounding nutty now, but hey, like I said, this is my live stream. It's in the middle of the night. I'm driving 1,000 miles, baby. I've driven at least 400 miles already, only stopping twice, 3 times actually. Once just for a couple minutes. Well, all of them just for a couple minutes. Salem Road. Okay, I didn't know there was a Salem Road in Georgia, even though I had passed that sign a few times. I forgot, probably, or I never paid much attention to it. Okay, let's just merge over, even though I don't have to. Let these cars have a smooth transition into this highway, onto this highway, on into the highway. Hopefully they're not going to be part of the highway. Anyway. Crazy now. A little bit, but not entirely. So if you get a chance to go to Stone Mountain, if you're around Georgia, or if you're visiting the Atlanta area, greater metro of Atlanta, take in Stone Mountain, man. You'll like it, you'll be glad you did. If you're a true American, that is. Market. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Punky. Okay, Punky Jeffrey Starwolf. So not the Punky Jeffrey Starwolf all the time. Only in the middle of the night when I'm doing a long live stream that I'm driving all night long. And only after I've driven hundreds of miles, practically non-stop. And still I am. Yeah. Yeah, not too old for this, baby. I've read recently, well, fairly recently, that women of today don't like it if you say baby to them, or if you call them baby. Well, of course, no woman ever liked it. If they think you're seriously calling them a baby, of course. Only an idiot would think that, but, you know, just as far as hyperbole, exaggeration for the sake of effect, those of you who don't know what that word means, as far as hyperbole for the sake of effect, that's why sometimes you hear me say, that's right, baby. It doesn't have anything to do with women. It's just a hyperbolic expression of mine and many other people's. When I'm driving through the middle of the night, practically non-stop, and I'm in Atlanta. Yeah, just like this. Atlanta, baby. Yeah, I love it. Okay. Enough said about that, really. Come on, folks. Anyone who might be listening, anyone. I don't care if you have a YouTube channel or not, if you make YouTube video content, that's fine. Whether you do, whether you don't, it doesn't matter what age you are. My comments are open to everything, everybody, anyone who wants to say anything they want to. No censoring around here. No gatekeeping here. You know, hopefully nothing nasty. Or anything that might hurt my feelings, because I do have, you know, I am pretty sensitive. I do have a lot of feelings. But don't let that stop you. Just make a comment. Write what you feel. Make a nice comment. Make a comment like this, if you will. Great live stream, Punky. Great live stream, Jeffrey Starwolf. Thank you, Jeffrey. I enjoyed part of this live stream anyway. Not the whole thing, not necessarily. Or just. Or just like decent, man. Decent live stream. Cool. Could just COOL. A few exclamation points would be nice after that. Maybe a couple of hearts. Green heart, maybe. That's, of course, my favorite. But, yeah, the green heart is my favorite. But, you know, I like the blue. I like the orangey yellow. Any color heart, basically, is... I'll take it. I'll take any color heart. Any comment, as long as it's nice, hopefully. And just so, you know, because I get a lot of comments. I mean, it seems like the only comments I get are negative. Yes, I know. A lot of my videos are goofy. Well, they're shorts too, you know. And I'm new at this shit, like I said, you know. And I'm freaking old, you know. I'm old. I hate to say it, you know, but you already know, you know. So, you know, like I say, please make a comment. even if it's just those words, like good, decent, cool, cool man, cool baby, heart, I'll take anything, I'll take anything nice. I know this is a little goofy, because I don't want people to be bored, especially myself, and, anyone listening. And I want to entertain, a little bit, come on. Of course I do. You want to be entertained, don't you? Why else would you be listening to me? So, I don't want to let you all down, I want to at least try to entertain you, even though I'm, opening myself up to sounding goofy. I mean, some people say they don't like me. Oh, well. I can't please everyone all the time. I forget who said it. I think it might have been Harry Truman or someone like y'all out there probably know. I really don't have it off the top of my head right now, and I am concentrating on driving, believe it or not. But whether it was Harry Truman or not, whoever said it, the expression is you can fool all of the people some of the time, and you can fool some of the people all of the time. But you just cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Well, maybe you can, maybe you can't. But I'm not trying to fool anyone. I'm just being sincere. Crazy as that might sound. And I'm just trying to be nice and entertaining, pleasant, pleasurable, a little bit of ASMR thrown in there, autonomous sensory meridian response. And I learned all those beautiful, fantastic women I was talking about before. Well, I might as well give them some credit again. Because this is who I learned ASMR from. Number one, of course, you're right, because she was the first one I started learning from. But also, Sarah Lavender, Simply Kelly Joe, Sky, Hawaii, ASMR Essence, Fleur, Bonnie, and have to concentrate on some traffic merging. Okay, Divinity, Elena. Any guys in there? I don't know. I know I've watched a few just to see what the other guys look like. That some anyway that do ASMR YouTube videos, that do any kind of YouTube content, just to see what some of the guys are like. But I'm really, to be perfectly honest, not much into looking at the guys. I already said I was old, whatever, I don't know, but I'm not ashamed of loving women a lot more than I love guys. Just like most of you women do anyway, too. Of course. Why not? Women are nicer. In general. That's true. It's definitely true. For the most part. Not all. Some are nice. Some are hateful. But whatever, whatever. But I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to be interesting. I'm trying to be entertaining. Please comment and let me know if, as they say, any of this resonates with you. Or anything at all. Just make a nice comment. any comment, or give a like, 10 years from now, if this video is still playing, I'll take it, you know, because you're leaving the driving to me. I'm doing the driving, and I am in the driver's seat, and you know I'm driving through Atlanta right now, not the where all the big tall buildings are yet, but pretty close, actually pretty much, just not right in the center where all the big skyscrapers are in Atlanta, but I am driving through the middle of Atlanta right now, and I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it, I'll be doing it anyway, but I'm making this live stream video for you. Okay, that guy's going way too wicked slow. And I can't go that slow going through Atlanta. I could, I wouldn't mind, but I think it's a little dangerous. And I'm pulling back into the middle of the road here. Alright, oh yeah, speed up now, yeah, sure. Sure. Freaking great, yeah. And someone going 10 miles an hour, of course. Okay. I usually don't weave in and out, but I usually don't go from 80 to someone going 10 miles an hour in front of me. That's what happens when you're driving through a big city like Atlanta. Never know. I'm trying to be careful. I am being careful, actually. I'm going to slow it down here, because we are just about getting to the middle of Atlanta. See that sign? Okay, 285 bypass, 2 miles. Yeah, that's what I want, actually. But I want 285 south. I'm going to make sure I don't get onto 285 north. Or I can just drive right straight through Atlanta. But this traffic is really picking up. But I imagine it would be nicer for all of you to see and have us just driving straight through Atlanta. It's more interesting. Screw it, I'll just drive through Atlanta. Of course, without any GPS, I'm taking more of a chance of getting into trouble and a traffic jam. But gotta live. Gotta live once in a while. Gotta live a little. Like Dirty Harry, like South Bypass, Atlanta Airport, making a mile. Yep, that's it. Okay, it's still going through. Still going through the city. I don't know what side it's on, though. Sure, but I think this is it coming up. Let's see. 285 South Bypass, International Airport, Macon. Shit. Is that it? Is that it? No. Didn't say that the number of the exit. Did it? I don't think it did. See, I don't have my new glasses on either. I still have my old glasses on, and I can't really read these signs till I get pretty close to them for some reason. My eyes have gotten real blurry again. Okay. Go over into this lane. Hopefully I'll still be able to catch that 285 south. And just have a little less traffic. If not, I'll be going right through the most busiest part of Atlanta, and that's okay. Either way. I'm not going to live my life in fear. Oh, whatever's left of it, you know, especially. 65, I don't know, I might have missed it. Let's see. I couldn't read that sign at all. Let's see. I mean, this sucks that these signs are all blurry. They weren't that way before. They weren't that bad. 155. No, that's not it. My head, my neck is killing me from leaning forward trying to read these signs. Oh, I wish I had found my glasses before I left, but I couldn't wait any longer. It gets to a point where you gotta go, you know. Plus, like I said, I want to be there for my mom's birthday, not the day after her birthday. That would have been alright, you know. You know, Mom, she says, whenever you want, don't do anything dangerous. Just take it easy, make sure you stop, don't do it all in one shot. Only go, do what I do, go for about 8 or 10 hours, and then stop. Go to a motel, get some sleep. Yeah, like I'm going to be able to fall asleep after driving 8 or 10 hours. Not me, man. I'm so wired up by then. And I'm not talking about drinking coffee. I'm really not. I'm not drinking coffee right now. I still do have my peach monster drink here. But I've only had a few sips of that so far. You know, that's why I need my ASMR. I just get way too hyped up. Way too easy. Way too easy. And I said that like someone I know, kind of. And if you didn't know her, you would not know who I was talking about. But I love her. Cool, man. Yeah. Glad I'm able to do this for my live stream. I just hope it comes out because, let's see, are those little numbers still going? Man, I can't even tell. Shit. Yep, they're going. Okay, so it's rolling. It's recording something. Doesn't mean it's going to come out, but I sure haven't had a comment in a long time. It's been hours. That's alright. No comments. No. Hey, there's something. Someone else watching. Comment. Got a few likes. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the few subscribers going up and down. That's okay. It's alright. I really have to admit, I don't understand why, unless there really is just no one, unless there really hasn't been anyone, even one person looking at me for the past several hours, but I'm sure there must have been, because I've gotten a couple more likes, but maybe it's just that, you know, y'all have made likes without commenting. That's great too. That's awesome, actually. Awesome, thank you. This, yeah, now we're going to the middle of the city of Atlanta. Yep. Okay, see, this is what I mean. You go through it between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. It's the best time to drive right through the middle of the city of Atlanta. best. It's the best time to drive through Atlanta, at least in my opinion. Pumpkin Starwolf, Jeffrey Starwolf. ASMRs. Jeffrey's ASMRs. That I learned from all those fantastic women I talked about already. But don't hold it against them too much. Don't blame it on them too much. It's not their fault. You know, like I said, they didn't know they were creating a monster, and they really weren't. Oh, great, here we go. Macon, Montgomery, that's it, baby. Not going to get to Montgomery for a few hundred miles, but see, it's one of those things. At least they have the sign, like I was saying before. So I know I'm going the right way, man. I know I'm going the right way. Atlanta Zoo. That is a cool place. I mean, North Carolina Zoo is great. You know, Steve Irwin and the Australia Zoo is great. Yeah, I don't like the idea of animals in cages, you know. But a lot of places, like the North Carolina Zoo, there's very few animals in cages. Matter of fact, they're all in huge enclosures where they can walk around. Yeah, they can't just roam free where they can roam out on the highway and get hit by trucks. You know, of course, they can't let them do that, you know. But, you know, the North Carolina Zoo is awesome. It's in Asheboro, North Carolina. If you ever get a chance to go there, definitely do it, especially if you love birds. I love birds. I like birds. Birds are prehistoric. Birds are awesome. And, you know, they have such an aviary, such a fantastic aviary place with lots and lots of birds. At the North Carolina Zoo in Asheboro. So check it out if you get the chance. It's like if you just stay on Route 40, you'll eventually come to it. You know, if you keep looking out for it and staying on Route 40 through North Carolina, no matter what end you start at. Asheboro Zoo, I mean North Carolina Zoo, Asheboro, North Carolina. Okay, and the reason I got on that is because this Atlanta Zoo is freaking awesome too, man. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Wait a minute. What's that doing? Did that break off? Wait a minute. No. Oh, no. Shit, man. I need that. That's the road I need. Fucking A. Oh, man. That's the road I need. I need that Route 85. And I was paying attention too, damn it. That was an important turn. Man, I hope I can get back on. Shit. I hope I can get back on over there. Ow, my freaking neck. Okay, here we go. Not lost now. Exactly. All right. everybody. I got the green light. Atlanta mural. Check it out. Okay. 85 south. Shit, I had to practically start to read that. And I don't know. I'm in the middle lane. I don't know. This never happened to me before, but because I couldn't get that frickin' GPS on this phone because it's a damn Android S25 FE. That's just gotta be, no matter what blockers you have or what kind of, I don't know which way. See, come on, man. You're right. You put 85 south on the sign, and then you come up to where you can go three completely different ways, and there's no sign there. Okay, 85 south is this way if you know where to go. Is that it? Is that what they mean? Obviously it is. Gotta come up to it this way? Who knows? What does it say? 85. Is it south? I'll stop to see. 85 south. Yeah. Okay, good. It says that way though. Does that mean I have to turn here? Yeah, let's make it as ambiguous as possible. All right. Let's just make it as ambiguous as possible. Should I go straight or should I go that way? Fuck knows. They give you a sign, and then they don't. They give you a sign coming up to again 3 different ways you can turn, and then they don't tell you anything. And they don't tell you shit. Fuck, man. Damn it. It's not funny anymore. It's really not. Fucking A. No. I'm sure this isn't it. Fucking positive. Fucking A again. Fucking A. Yeah. Welcome to the hood. Really fucking lost now. I gotta turn around. I think I got a truck. Can you fucking believe that? I mean, really, excuse my language, but please excuse my language, but really, you know, 3 signs that say 85 south, and then right after that, they come where you can turn in 3 different directions without saying 85 south. Like 85 south, okay, up to here where you can go 3 different ways, so you can guess from here. We had you headed in the direction for a little while though. That's good, isn't it? No. No, it isn't. Actually, not at all. Not at all. It's pretty bad, actually. It sucks. Oh no, you've got to be fucking kidding me. Dead end. Great. Well, we know it's not that way, don't we? Yeah, we fucking do. We know it's not that way. The way I came, which I think is this way. No fucking way to know for sure. Thank you for not shooting at me, folks. so 20 west. I really need 85 south. What does that say up there? Alright, I'm gonna have to get a GPS. I'm gonna have to pull over and download a GPS. And it's just gonna have to freaking work, that's all. Because I'd get through this, sure, but it'd be a whole hell of a lot easier if I could read the signs before I was right underneath them. I shouldn't have even kept these glasses on. No, nothing but 85 south now. Let's see, because we've gone by it. No, I'm totally gone by it. That means we missed it. What does it say? I still can't read it. And things are going so good too. So good. Alright, well. I know I'm going in the right general direction at least now. Those freaking GPS apps. Freaking 11 of them I downloaded. 11. And they were all freaking worthless. One of them started to work. And that's about it. Yeah, I'm going wicked slow now because I need to read these signs. I'm going to see a safe place to pull over soon. Hey, the speed limit went down to 55. That's good. I'm on 20 west, so. Gulf Coast, when I get to where I'm going in Alabama, if I don't find my glasses, then I'm going to go to store over there. There it is, 2 miles. And it looks like it's on that side. I'm going to go to the store and get another pair of glasses, even if I have to pay for another doctor's appointment or whatever, because it's necessary. See, now those 2 signs up there, I can't read them yet, and I need to be able to, and I still can't. And I couldn't until I was directly underneath them. That's just not right. I'm guessing what they say, and that's not right. 280 south, okay. Alright, here we go. Montgomery, Chattanooga, 285, exits 1 mile. On what side? I'm spoiled with North Carolina signs. It's almost impossible to get lost in North Carolina. Their signage is so fantastic and their roads are so good. Even in Raleigh and around Raleigh and Durham. Now I'm going to have to go real slow. I even have to hit the brakes. I have to almost stop under this. Okay, that way. The exit's on that side. Come on, come on. Pickup's a little slow on this. Well, it's a very old truck, you know. It was in immaculate, pristine condition. And that's even why I got it. Okay, here we go. Alright, we're back in business. We'll need that GPS after all. We don't come up to a 3-way place again, a stop where you can go 3 ways and there's no sign and you have to guess. Alright. 285 south that way. Good. Thank you, somebody. That's almost like a cool joke, you know. So 285 south this way, and then you come up to where you can go 3 different ways. Now you can take your pick. It's one of these 3 though. Yay. Wow, that's great. That helps so much. So I have 33.5% chance, 33.33% chance of going the right way. 1/3 chance of going the right way. That's better than not knowing at all, isn't it? Okay. Oh shit. In between me and that sign that I wanted to read, but that's all right. I'm keeping it in the middle now. And at least the speed limit's still 55. That means cars are only going to be going 80 past me. Which could be worse. rather decent on this road right here right now. Bumps on this road absolutely suck. Boy, I was spoiled in North Carolina all this time. I always forget. If a few months go by since I've been out of state, and then I go out of state, then I have a real eye-opening reminder how lucky I am to live with the great roads we have in North Carolina, and that other states have roads that really do a pounding number on your vehicle. Even if I'm really, it's amazing that people actually keep driving on these roads, and it's the main highway too. It's terrible. Okay, thank you God for it. Luckily, I can tell that the long word means Montgomery. That's the way I need to go, so that's the only way I can tell. That the long blurry word I can tell probably said Montgomery. Well, I'm sorry, folks. Well, here I was trying to we were having a really good time. Well, we're back going the right way again. We're going to end up continuing to go the right way because the only other road we need now is Route 65 from this Route 85. And that's a pretty major road, so it's usually marked pretty good, but it is easy to miss because even though it's marked pretty good, like I mentioned before, some of these exits are on the left and some are on the right, and this is a 4-lane highway, sometimes 5, sometimes 6. Tell me, no, not you, every hour or so it comes on the screen. It's like reminding me saying, you're live. Do you know you're live? Yes, as far as I know. I haven't changed it, so I'm glad I still am. Maybe it's just reminding me because the screen, except for the little numbers moving way on the top, the screen hasn't really changed. There's been nothing new on it. Okay. Well, you folks are getting a very good view of driving through the heaviest traffic part of Atlanta. Boy, I am glad it's 3:30 in the morning. I'll be hereabouts. Because if that had been rush hour, it would have been a lot worse. And 285 south, yeah. From my experience, you know, anytime I needed a GPS app, like most of you probably, it's just been very easy to just download one and not have to go through over 11 and still not finding an adequate one that worked properly. It's always been very easy just to download one whenever you wanted, as you, I'm sure, know, and not have any problem with it. And they just tell you well in advance of where you need to turn and all that, but not this time. But I sure am going to make sure, no matter how long, well, coming home, you always know the way. Coming home's a lot easier. I'm going there, and actually this has been a very, very good trip so far, as far as the roads. Except for the bumps. Not used to this many bumps. Okay. I'm gonna get into this lane. Montgomery, did that say exit only? That's not right. Please. Now the right two lanes for south, so it just switched from the north, from the right two lanes being north. What is that sign said back there, where the right two lanes are now south? You have to be in the right two lanes. Well, let's see. That doesn't make logical sense, but okay, I'm gonna have to practically stop to read these. Barely read them, even if I'm right up to them, even with these glasses on. They were working good before. My eyes must have gotten used to them or something. Okay. But I have to read these signs. I have to see this. Easier when your wife is with you. Bless her heart. She's the best co-pilot in the whole world, and that makes a big difference. And that was before there was any such thing as GPS apps. But it could be pouring rain with no visibility at all, so at least it's not that. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Praise the Lord. This is pretty cool. Hey, look at that. ASMR tunnel. Way cool tunnel action here, man. Cool. Alright, let's see what we got here. Can't read it. Okay, could read it. Doesn't say anything that helps me. Okay, down here, these are really important down here. And just, Lord, please let me read the right way. No, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. I think it's this way. Oh, God. This. No, I don't want to go north. I definitely do not want to go north. Still can't read it. It's draining, man. Oh, because the words are all messed up. These words on these signs are practically gone. They're practically completely gone. Oh! It said south, it said this way, but this is an exit ramp. This seems right now. Sure doesn't feel like south. You know, and I brought a compass and damn, I should have had that compass right up there in front with me just in case. But who would have predicted that you might need a compass? You know, because the signs are so unreadable and you couldn't get a GPS, working decent GPS. Who would have thought that you actually would have to rely on an actual compass? And I usually, and I did bring a couple of compasses, but not anywhere where I can get at them and open them up easy enough right now. And there are no signs now. Slow. Macon 75. I know towards Macon and actually through Macon is the right way. I just really always thought I went right from Route 85 to Route 65, and I think I did. I think this is just another way of doing it. I definitely did just go 85 south to 65 south before, but if this is the way we're going now, then this is the way we're going now. At least it's staying the right way. Did you ever see that movie, The Macon County Line? Macon County Line. When I was a kid, back, when everyone lived in caves, and, well, shortly after I got here on the Mayflower, there was this movie, and I remember the way they advertised it. It was so funny. It was like, yeah, these teenagers were okay until they crossed the Macon County line. I don't know if any of you, if you're about my age, you remember that. Yeah, that was like, and of course, I lived in New Hampshire back then, because this is when I was about, I don't know, 8 or 9, 10 years old. And I remember it was so funny, but it was so scary almost, that for a little kid, that I've just never forgot that, the way they advertised that movie. Yep, the teenagers were okay until they crossed the Macon County line. And since then, like now, in my older age, I found out that Macon County's not that bad, and Macon is not bad at all either. Really, nothing about Macon's that bad. It's still Georgia. People are still really nice. Apparently they weren't supposed to be in that movie, I guess. But anyway, it is a pretty big city too. So we're still rolling. Yep. Still rolling. Oh, I thought that said Johannesburg. I said, wow, I am on course. I'm heading towards Johannesburg. I've been there before, but that's not on this continent. See, Jonesboro, it said, that looked like Johannesburg to me. Man, this isn't right. I am like the driving epitome of old person now, or I was back there, which I am not proud of. Not ashamed of it, really, but you can bet I'm going to have a different pair of glasses for the ride back. Probably find my regular ones in one of these suitcases. But I looked through them, I couldn't find it. They're not really suitcases, they're bags. Travel bags, wheels. Please just let me get onto a road where I can just stay on and know I'm going the right way and know I don't have to get on a quick exit that could be on the left other way. I'm actually seeing a lot more of Atlanta than I usually do, even. Although it hasn't been all completely pleasant, it's better than just staying in the house all the time. And it's just more life experience. And I rose to the occasion. I got through it, and I'm still going the right way. Even though life threw me those really bad curveballs back there in the middle of the slummy part of the city, I 85 south this way. Oh, good. Phew. Wow. Okay, good. We're good now. And then coming right up to where you can go equally. I know it sounds like I'm really harping on this, but equally, all three roads looking exactly the same in three completely different directions with no sign, not saying it. You know, like they could have at least said, when on the sign where it said 85 south, stay in the middle, or veer left, or veer right, coming either way. But nope, 85 south, we're not going to let you know that in a half a mile. You're going to have a choice of three different roads you can take, and we're not going to give you a clue which one is the right one. How's that? Frost your balls. How's that for frosting your balls, baby? Yeah, I like to have my balls frosted like that. I like frosted balls, yeah. You're talking like an old person now, Chip. I'm not gonna... Okay, I'm not gonna... I don't want to sound like I'm complaining all the time. Because it's just too typical. Just too damn millennium typical. And I like Gen Z. I want to be a Gen Z man, even if it's just a Gen Z convert. I'd rather be a Gen Z convert than just a millennial anymore. No offense to any of y'all millennials that are my age. You're all awesome too. Okay, time to concentrate again. No more lights, no more new people. Okay, just as well. We're doing all right, baby. We're doing good. We're doing good. We're doing good. Praise the Lord. Praise Jesus. Please don't give me any more ridiculous crap like back there. To tell you the truth, I've actually only ran into that once before. Twice, two different signs saying the right way to go, and then all of a sudden coming up to take your pick, and we're not going to tell you. In other words, you were going the right way. Okay. I've talked about that enough. Look at these words. They were all worn out. You couldn't read one word on that sign back there. And that's not because of my glasses. That's because the words are all worn out. There's just little bits of white that don't make letters anymore. So they're old signs that Atlanta and the state of Georgia just have not kept up, have not kept up, and now they're just little bits of white paint on these big, huge signs that don't do anyone any good anymore. And you know it's taken years and years and years for them to get that bad. 75 South Macon, I'll take it. Not the best way to go, but let's see. Time. Oh shit. Time to look at the gas now. track of the gas needle, and the way it goes down so fast now. Okay, good. I think that's a gas station sign. Yeah, okay, it is. How easy am I going to be able to get back on? I don't know. But right now, I definitely have to get to that gas station. Now let's see what this says. I'm never going to be able to read that exit number. Exit 222, I think it's it. Oh, no. That's it. So I think I brought some gas. Oh, shit. Fucking A. say my best friend was killed this way. I'm not talking to anyone right now. I don't think anyone can hear me. But my best friend was killed this way. Thank you for getting me close to this gas station. The same thing in mind. Yep, we're all going exactly the same way. Racetrack is good. 369, they're always the cheapest ones around. Getting gas. Freaking Trump. Doesn't give a shit about anyone but himself. I'm sorry to put that way, but that is so freaking true. just so freaking true. Oh man. Used. Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Why won't that? Do they have the whole way? That's not up. Yeah, it is okay. Is that like a self-serve register? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, good. How much I didn't know? Oh. No, I got that. But, I don't know if I had it on me. No. No, because I've had it for so long. Okay, there's a, that's all right, tracking. No, no, no. Oh, okay, that's all right. Oh, all right. Oh. Trump. You have to open his big mouth again. That's all right. That's all right. Anyway. I usually go, I'm actually coming way up north, going down to the Gulf Coast where my mom lives in Alabama. Yeah, and I usually take 85 south to and then up, get on to the 65 I know why. I missed that 65. Then on the 75 oh, it's not oh, okay. All right. So, okay. Then you just put it back in? Yeah. Okay. you know where I can get on the 65 south? Oh, okay. Oh, really? Well, I guess I can just stay on 75. At least I'll be going at the right time.